Hey, everybody, welcome to MasterGrass, a really first of its kind day of interviews with just the winners, just our genetics partners, just the people that you want to hear from. I am the host for today and Grow Off co founder Jake Brown. And I had the pleasure of sitting down with these growers over the past few weeks to really find out what makes their grows good enough to take home a championship belt. Over the next 5 hours, you're going to hear it all from how to land a job in cannabis to how to get started breeding to what new products they're excited about and so much more. Since we promised no long interviews that just turn into a sales pitch from sponsors, I have to acknowledge up top some amazing people that we're working with this year and also how cool it is for them to be like, yeah, just go for it. First, we have our presenting sponsors. They're back with us again. We have Bovida. Welcome back, Bovida. Just, the industry leader and geniuses that bring you the best humidity control packs anywhere. We're also back with Green Bros. You know them because they make some of the best harvest equipment out there, but they're also doing some really cool stuff when it comes to extraction tech too. So don't forget to check them out. I also want to thank our friends at Royal Gold, back for the 5th year in a row. Royal Gold, thank you. We also have returning partners and the homies at Andon that are keeping your humidity in check. Our new friends at Grodans, the best blocks on the block. We have the Caputo Group, who handles everything from HR to payroll, the stuff that you hate to do. And we also have LeafWorks, who's handling all of our DNA testing this year, because frankly, I am terrible with the test tube. Last order of business, registration is open for all of our 2021 competitions. This year we'll be in California, Colorado, Hawaii, Massachusetts, Michigan, Nevada, and Oklahoma. If you want to participate, go to bit.ly/enterTGO. Again, that's bit.ly/enterTGO. And we'll be in touch. We'll let you know all the details. But we're really excited. 7 states, bigger, better than ever. And if you have a state where you want us to come, hey, get some people interested. If we're not there yet, it's because we just don't have enough people to run a competition. And we want it to be something that's interesting and just enough people in it. So it's not just you against 3 of your buddies. It's no fun. Okay, without further ado, I want to kick things off with one of our most recent winners. He took home 2 first-place finishes in the 2020 Colorado competition with Fat Face Farms. It's my pleasure to introduce Josh Monroe. Hey, Josh, how are you?
Good. How's it going, Jake?
It's going well. Thank you so much for being here. Excited to talk to you. You are, one of the few people that has really, started off in the competition and grown until finally taking home a first place. But let's kind of rewind for a minute. When did you start in cannabis? What was, professionally, otherwise, when did you start doing this?
Back in 2009, when it became legal medically, I decided to do a complete career shift and move from the finance world into the cannabis world. And I love it. I have no regrets. I wouldn't change a thing.
What's the biggest thing that you've taken from your finance background and applied to cannabis?
Uh, well, it's funny because I started out just being really passionate about it, really enjoying the process, learning how to grow. But as things progressed in the industry, being an entrepreneur and understanding the basics of the business side has helped me stay alive, because I think anybody that's been in this business knows that there are times when you just scrape by the skin of your teeth, and being able to plan ahead and make sure that you do incorporate some of your business ideals into the art of the growing is terribly important, I think.
This is one of my favorite questions because I think that a lot of people have a tendency to want to, skimp in a lot of places. What's one area that you think you should always spend a little bit more? You never go cheap on this.
You have to think about it. HVAC. Having
Yeah.
redundancy in HVAC, the one thing that keeps me up at night, or not anymore because I have redundancy now, but is having an alarm go off because your AC just shit the bed, and you got to get out of bed at 2 a.m. and run in there and try to save your plants. So that's the worst. And if you're going to spend money, make sure that you have redundancy there. So if something goes out, you're not dead in the water.
Sure. What's something that you think people overspend on?
That's a good question. Something I've, most recently, as I've grown over the years here, literally and figuratively, um, it's labor. I used to be one of the diehards. Yeah, hand do this, hand do that, and you have hands on every plant every day to see it. And I found that with the newer facility that we're in, automation does work pretty well in a lot of the areas, and we're able to operate and produce really high level cannabis with two people in a 13,000 square foot facility. So,
Wow.
and that is, I mean, if you have a lot of the rest of the things automated, you are still getting a lot of eyes on plants. People can go through it. It only takes a couple of guys to go in there, or girls, to go in there to check out the plants and make sure everything's moving along as it should.
I think that's a really underrated aspect of, reaching a high level and growing is you have to manage a team too, not just plants. What's the largest team that you've had?
We've had 7 people in a single grow, and like I said, we've progressed to the point where we can get by with a couple people in each grow. We've got a couple of them now, um, and it requires a capital investment for a lot of the automation that goes into it, and that's on the grow side. Obviously on the harvest and trim side, you have a lot more people come in for that particular component, but on the grow side specifically, if you have it set up properly, you don't need nearly as many people.
Sure. Now, when you're bringing somebody onto your team, what are you looking for? What's the most important characteristic or, skill, attitude that somebody can bring to your team?
I think it's a can do attitude. That we've got a no whining policy. I know everyone says it, but we really adhere to it. I mean, we really don't tolerate people sitting there being negative. Just being positive and being passionate. Going in with an open mind. Oftentimes, if you get somebody that has grown for a while, they want to bring their own way of doing things in. And when you get a handful of people in a room, they're all wanting to do it differently. It doesn't turn out well. So you need to be open to input from people, because that's how you can tweak things and make improvements. But people need to understand that you're not going to change all your variables at one time. We'll try a little bit here in the corner over here, and if it turns out well, we'll slowly integrate that into our process.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. Control your variables so you know what actually worked. Kind of dovetailing off of that, was there something that somebody had suggested a technique or a process you were initially a little skeptical about, but now are a true believer, other than automation?
Uh, you know, Not really. We haven't made any big sea changes along the way. Like I said, it's a little tweak here, a little tweak there, just not a giant wholesale change. Growing medium is one, and I really wanted to grow in rock wool. I like the idea of it. It was clean, and uh, but we just could never really get it to buffer the way that we could with cocoa. I mean, we knew how to use cocoa. We've got great results, and we've got it down pat where we know what we're getting every time, and that's important to have the consistency.
Okay. When it comes to being in there, you don't have to have a hand on every plant, but what's something that you make sure and you're super diligent about looking at over time, something that you monitor that you feel like is important to success?
I mean, all the basics, deficiencies. I mean, you want to catch those quickly, and then you want to assess the problem and fix it immediately. That can get ahead of you, and then obviously, pests. I mean, if they get in there and they get a foothold, I mean, it sucks. I think any grower will tell you that you don't want to let them get a foothold. So, a big part of the daily review of every room is, are the plants getting what they need? Do we see any signs of stress or deficiency? And do we see any signs of any kind of a pest at all? And if so, we get on it immediately. We've got a pretty broad integrated pest management program that we just continually do, which fortunately just like they say, if you do it consistently, it works, and it's been working well for us. So we're lucky there.
In terms of pest management and prevention, is there anything over the last couple of years that's really wowed you, or something that you think more people should be doing?
Uh, just rotating different things. Obviously cleanliness is first and foremost, but then also, we don't like to spray anything on the plants once they go into flower. So we want to get them clean
Okay.
going in, and then we just stop. And then we do use quite a few of the predatory insects once they're in flower, which helps control if we do get any eggs going in there or nymphs. I mean, as soon as they hatch, it's not a hospitable environment for them to grow up in. They get eaten pretty quickly. So, in that way, we don't need to worry about spraying in the flower room, which can obviously affect the end product as well as take more labor and time. So, it's the reason's twofold there.
What predatories are you using right now?
We use green lacewings. We use a slew of predatory mites. We used to use ladybugs, but they gum up the works. They get pretty dirty because you get thousands of ladybugs up in the lights, and it smells like you're burning bread in there or something. It's pretty gross. So we steer clear of those now. But just we have a cocktail of them that we put out, and so for various stages of their lifespan throughout the flower process, we have different ones hatching and being added to the room as we go. So there's always something in there that's going to eat the bugs.
I'll never forget the day that I came back from a dispensary, opened up an eighth, and broke up a bud, and there was a ladybug inside of it. And I was just like, "Oh, you're
That's
trying to."
happened before with us too. I'm not gonna lie. I've gotten that call before. Like, what the hell's this? Like, yeah, we're not using those anymore.
Yeah, hey, listen, you want organic? This is how organic works.
Exactly. Exactly right.
When it comes to really trying to make these incremental changes, what resources are you looking at? Who do you trust? Are you following people on Instagram? Is there something? Where do you go to keep up with what's new and what's interesting?
I've kind of grown it's a small industry, relatively speaking, and I've grown a group of people that I trust, and we kind of share ideas, and so it's generally just word of mouth, talking to other growers that I've known for a while and I respect. I know they do a good job, and I'll implement it, like I said, in a little corner, collect data, make sure that it's actually working, because I think it's easy to you can make a change and you see one plant doing great, but not all of them. So it's really probably not what you did. It's just that one plant is excelling for one reason or another. So you really need to collect the data and suss through it and make sure that it is, in fact, that variable and it is affecting all the plants equally in that same manner. And it's not just an outlier.
I think that's really good advice. Just build a network. Not everybody out there is your competition. That you can learn a lot from a lot of people.
It is a niche market too. So I mean, while you are in competition, it doesn't mean you can't have a friendly competition. And there's plenty of business for everyone, especially if you're doing a good job. I mean, that's the key. If you do a good job in this business and you price your things right, people are going to buy them. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you have no problem selling it as long as you're doing everything right.
Right on. In terms of kind of front of the house, back of the house, how often are you talking to the retail side of your business, and how much does that drive decisions on your end?
Daily. I mean, I literally I talk to the retail all the time. Because the consumers are fickle, and what's hot today won't be tomorrow, and you want to stay ahead of it and see what people want, and so you make sure it's a big ship to turn. I mean, if you're going to change something, it doesn't happen next week. It's months down the road, so you need to stay out in front of it so you can steer the ship ahead of time, so you don't hit the iceberg. And that being said, I stick with a lot of the classics too. I mean, no matter what's hot right now, people love their Durban Poison and their Northern Lights, and those are always popular, no matter what. So they're old stalwarts.
Okay, so what's one thing that you think everyone should be growing right now so that they're not hitting the iceberg in 3 months? And what's one staple that you think every garden should be running? And let's keep this specific to Colorado. You're based in Colorado. Let's go there.
Okay. Well, I mean, going back to what I said, I mean, I at least one classic. I'd throw a Northern Lights or a Durban Poison in because people, Golden Goat, people love those. I mean, they will always be in fashion there.
Name recognition.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Especially if you get a good cut of one. I mean, they stay true. We've had our Northern Lights cut for 6 years, I think, and it still just pumps out great. So, um, as far as is something everyone should be growing, I think everyone should be experimenting, making sure they've got their commercially viable strains that are well known, that they know they can produce consistently with good yields, great potency, great aroma. And then I think everyone should experiment a little bit and go out and do some pheno hunting, pop some new seeds. I mean, to me, that's a lot of the fun of the business is going out and you pop 100 seeds and you find that one unicorn in there, and it's like, oh, it's awesome. So I recommend everyone experiment a little bit with that because it keeps it really interesting.
So when you're working with something new, tell me about what that process looks like from, germination through to a retail phase.
Well, again, it's a big ship, takes a long time. You go out and generally you get your genetics from someone that you know and trust, and you need to pop at least 100 of any given strain, probably more, honestly.
Okay.
And then you mark them. We use phylos to sex them early on, so we not about half of them are going to be males that we know we're not going to flower ever. So we get rid of those early on, uh, and then you track them. I mean, we track every component of its life cycle, from literally from germination up through harvest to see which ones were the most viable, and then we get them tested for potency and terpene profile, and obviously weight. Um, each of the different phenos as they go through. So sometimes you don't get any. I mean, you can pop a bunch and be like, none of these really wowed me, and then you're like, all right, well, let's go do it again. So, but so
Sure.
it goes.
So, you're talking, okay, you start off with 100, maybe half are male. So you've got those 50. I know you can't test all 50 of those. What are you looking for when you're trying to identify a pheno? Is it that you love? What's the biggest selection criteria for you? Or are you looking for an amalgamation of a lot of things? If
It's an
something
amalgamation of
smells
a lot of
amazing,
things. I mean,
okay,
but I mean, a lot of them don't even get to the starting line because they're not vigorous enough coming out of flower or going into flower.
okay.
So that's a non-starter. If you have one, even if it looks great, buds great, but you can tell your yields are going to be half of what they are on all the rest of them, that's just not commercially viable, and you're probably not going to want to run with that. But all the rest of them, I mean, you know what a pretty plant looks like. You get it; it's a big,
Sure.
beautiful, dense buds, really aromatic, super crystally. I mean, it's just pretty. It's a pretty plant, and it smells good, and it smokes good. I mean, when you see it. So, so out of those 50, you're going to knock out probably at least half of those, if not three-quarters, because they're not vigorous enough. And then you take the other ones and
Okay.
you pick like your top five, and then you run your tests on those, and you see which one comes out ahead.
I love that you approach this from a commercial point of view. It doesn't seem like you have any favorites. It's, hey, this is at the end of the day a business. For somebody who might be watching this that is growing at home and is maybe thinking about making the leap to commercial, when do they know? When do they know that, hey, this is something that maybe I could take on?
when
In
they're
your
when they're ready to put their money where their mouth is. Because I'm serious, it's not cheap to get into. I mean, you got to buy a lot of equipment and infrastructure. And so again, I don't want to come off as strictly it's all business, 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 but they're not mutually exclusive. I mean, you can have your 90% of the stuff that you grow. It's still good. I mean, it's not like you're growing swag, but you have to make sure that it's viable, and that will fund your 10% of R&D fun stuff that you want to go work on, and that will ensure that you're able to continue doing that. You don't go bankrupt along the way, uh, because that can definitely happen. So I mean, you just have to be smart about it.
So what's a good entry level position that people should be looking at? I know a lot of people sometimes start on trim crew and somebody doesn't show up for a day and all of a sudden they're watering plants. What's a reasonable expectation for where somebody can get in, and also what should they expect to make at that position?
Whew, that's a toughie. I would say, yeah, just getting in and showing that you're a hard worker with a good attitude. We've brought people over from the trim side. If you can get a grow tech job, that's great. I mean, because then you're already on the grow side and learning as you go. Because I mean, it's a hands-on learning experience for everybody. As far as what they should make, the trimmers are about 15, 16 bucks an hour usually. Grow techs are 20, 22 an hour ish. And then it goes up from there depending on, whether as you work your way up to a master grower, that's when you start getting your six figure, income. So, which takes time, I mean, you gotta know what you're doing. Otherwise, you won't last long because your first major crop failure, they're like, you're out. So, but just getting your foot in the door and just showing enthusiasm and having a can-do attitude, I think, goes a long way. And being patient. Don't expect to be, a grower 2 weeks on the job. I mean, you got to work your way up. It takes a little time.
What's the week like? I know, people talk about, these are long hours and tough days. Can you speak to that?
Uh, it is. It is a lot of long days. And again, as I've transitioned more to an automated setup, it's gotten a lot easier, even with fewer people. You plan your week and you go in and you can knock out what you need to do each day in a pretty reasonable amount of time. You shouldn't be spending more than 8 hours a day there if you're set up properly. And then, like I said, I mean, we do contract out harvest and trim, but we've got a good team that comes in and they can knock out a room real quick. Also, they know what they're doing. So it's once you get a process in place that works, it's a labor of love. There are days you put in a little bit more time, but it's because you want to more than anything.
What's one thing that you would recommend people can do to help take care of themselves? Whether it's, good pair of shoes, good posture while they're in there.
Push-ups, sit-ups,
People use
calisthenics.
method sevens, sit ups, core strength.
Push-ups, sit-ups, calisthenics.
What are you, my fifth grade gym teacher? Okay, so just, be in decent shape.
Well, just keep moving. That's what I think. The people that deal with the most, aches and pains are probably the trimmers because they're sitting there all day long, getting the carpal tunnel. Growers are up and moving around, and I think if you're moving, you're in good shape.
All right, what's on your grow wish list? Money's not an option.
A
What are you going out?
greenhouse. If you're giving one out, I'd like a greenhouse. I want.
All right.
It's a completely different style of growing that I'm not entirely familiar with, and I would love to learn how to do it. And so that's my next project's probably going to be to put a greenhouse up and learn how to do that.
Well, anyone with a spare greenhouse that's watching, we send us a message and we'll
Jake's
go
got
ahead.
my number. Give me a call.
What's a personal goal, outside of a greenhouse that you have for yourself in cannabis?
Um, I would like to grow a national brand. As things move down the pike, I was kind of at the forefront here in Colorado as things were coming online, and it's been fun to watch the industry grow. Kind of constrained just by the being at the state level as opposed to rolling something out. But I think building stuff is fun. I think building the brand that people know across the country would be really gratifying.
Yeah, absolutely. And last question. What's one thing that everyone should know before they ever pop their first seed or take in their first clone?
It's really hard. It's going to be a lot harder than you think.
Absolutely. Well, and that's why we brought you here today so you could speak to your experience. Thank you so much, Josh. Sincerely appreciate having you here.
Thank you, Jake. Always a pleasure to see you.
Josh Monroe from Fat Face Farms, everyone. Give it up for him. He started off in 2016 and kept at it, and finally didn't take home one but two belts. It's awesome. Our next interview is a three-time California champ and the creator of Stuckey's, Keith. Hey Keith, thank you so much for joining us. How are you, man?
I'm good. Just excited. Appreciate you having me on here.
Hey, I appreciate you doing it. This conference, I think, really is for everybody, but you have a really unique perspective, having done just, really, historically well in the golf. I think you're the first person we've ever had take home two belts at an awards ceremony.
Yeah, that was exciting. I wasn't expecting that at all, but very happy with that outcome.
I can imagine. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Let's just start from scratch. How long have you been doing this? When did you start growing, and kind of what was your passion getting into it?
So I started growing a little under 4 years ago. My main passion is edibles. I moved here to pursue edibles. I just happened to, have a green thumb that I didn't know about, and it's just been carrying me from there. I never really I focus on growing a lot, but that was never my main focus. So once I realized that it was a possibility too, then I started, really studying and just trying to see what would be the best options and go from there. And now I still have my edibles as my main focus. We just got licensed, and now that's my main focus, but I'm still focusing on the growing as well, trying to get a license for that and try to bring this product to the California market as well.
Hey, congrats on the license. I know that's never fun. So I'm sure that has to be a big sigh of relief. Tell me a little bit about why it's important, if you have edibles, to be growing your own, and what really goes into selecting strains when you do have a focus of edibles and not necessarily an inhaled flower product at the end of the day.
So it's a little bit of a two different category topic, because I don't grow with the intention of putting anything in the edibles. My edibles are made from distillate, which is normally, made out of trim, larf, and stuff like that, but, refined so much that it brings it back up to a really potent state. And you can't taste it in the edibles, which is the main thing.
Sure.
Back when I would make edibles with strains and try to be strain specific, unless it was like full spectrum hash, which I don't find such a crazy taste to, the butters and the tinctures that I would make out of leaves or buds, it would just be an overwhelming flavor of weed, and it was almost nauseating to me. So yeah, I don't really focus on edibles with my growing. If anything, I'm focusing on trying to make them my flower not ever want to be in an edible. You would never want to destroy that flower to put it in food when you can smoke it or wash it for hash.
All right, I love that. Let's talk a little bit about, 4 years, this is pretty recent. What was your inspiration to start growing, and who were some of the kind of early resources or mentors that you leaned on when you were trying to figure all of this out?
So I watched, I was a mechanic for a long time, and I, would visit my friends out in Colorado and, other states. And I loved what they were doing. I just didn't know if I could do it myself. But eventually I was just at work every single day thinking about this other life that I could be having. And it just bothered me to the point where I had to get out. I had to go try it. And if it didn't work, then I kept all my tools, I can go back and pop a hood again. It's not the biggest deal. So, I 4 years it's incredible what I've, been able to accomplish in 4 years and what I've been able to learn. And I attribute a lot of that to my mentors and my, not so much mentors, but I just watched a lot of my friends, learned what to do, what not to do, but they were also, a lot of them were really helpful in answering a lot of questions. Most of them probably wouldn't want to be named. But they're still doing their thing. But I will say also Miami Mango, his Instagram page for a long time has been, you know, it's a lot of trolling, but then there's a lot of helpful info within his posts and the comments. And you just have to read through a lot of these people's pages like that and find out, you know, using common sense, who's lying, who's trolling, who's telling you serious info that'll be helpful. And then does that apply to your grow? That's one of the biggest mistakes I see is a lot of people try and follow other people's grow, but their grows are so incredibly different that to try and copy that and use that, you know, info or that tech is just, it's useless.
I think that's really good advice. When you're trying to apply something that you're seeing, consider holistically why this person is implementing the system that they are, using the nutrients they are, the techniques, before you just go and apply it to what you're doing, thinking it's going to be, you know, kind of like an A to A comparison.
Yes. And I also, it's funny because people always say, like, can I buy, you know, your info or whatever? And I always say, like, I could give you the exact recipe. I could give you, you know, I could take the exact recipe to another environment, another setup. It's not going to be the same. You have to make adjustments and you have to learn what adjustments need to be made, or you'll learn it eventually anyways, you know, trial and error, which I've had quite a bit of myself. So it's hard to differentiate, but you just, a lot of it's common sense, and unfortunately that lacks in a lot of people. And I think that's where a lot of grows go crazy, because they're trying to follow somebody in the entirely wrong path, and they just don't, they're stuck in a trance of, if I do this it'll work, instead of, hey, let me sit down and think, will this work? What makes sense about it? Not what doesn't make sense, what makes sense about why I would do it for my setup.
Well, I think you know, just to touch on something that you mentioned earlier too, it's great to be able to have, you know, friends that you can, you know, hit up and be like, hey, what's going on here? I'm getting like all this yellowing, or, you know, like just something's going wrong. And I think that while, you know, Instagram is Instagram, there's, like you said, a lot of trolling and a lot of like negativity on there. It's also a good place to connect with people that are kind of like-minded with you and be able to bounce ideas off of in kind of real time that, you know, people didn't have, you know, a decade ago even.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and even so, I originally started on Google, like everybody, and Google takes you on such a crazy path. You find random forums that are tagged to some of the words that you've, you know, put up. So without diving into these forums and just reading for, you know, months on end, and then trying to decide still, because everyone's just shooting 1,000 different ideas out there. It's just, I'd almost say Instagram was the best tool, because people are able to call each other out quickly. It's not this form that, you know, people are occasionally commenting to. It's a lot of people that are like-minded that you start to see in a group of Instagram posts, where you can tell these people are killing it, but they're also not scared to share information, because like we said, if we give you the recipe, it doesn't mean you're going to go win awards. So you just have to know, you know, kind of after reading through a lot of it, you can't take anything seriously at first. You have to read through a lot of stuff and then just decide what works for you. But even your friends, like I have friends that get mad when I ask them questions, and that's fine. You know, just move on to the next person. There's always going to be a ton of info out there.
Yeah, I always just tell people, don't take it personally. You never know what anybody has going on in their life. They've got their own stress. They've got 2 DMs out to somebody else wondering what's wrong with their plant. So,
Yeah.
you know, you can't take it personally. I want to ask, you know, what was like a level up moment for you? Something where you were like, oh, if I just been doing this, you know, I would have been saving myself a ton of headaches, that you feel like might be pretty universal, just, you know, piece of advice that anybody could use?
That's a tough, it's a good question, but it's a tough question to answer, because I feel like every change that I've made has been that I agree with, you know, that worked, not that just tanked. Each one has their own place. So I wouldn't necessarily say that there was any point where I was like, oh, that's the solution, except for defoliating.
Yeah.
Defoliating in any environment has been my go-to. Day 21, day 42. Um, if I don't do that, my risk of mold goes way up, powdery mildew. Uh, they don't get the proper sunlight, especially in low ceiling rooms. You don't have the spread that you would like or think you do. So if I don't defoliate, I get a gang of problems from that. And I'd say that's the biggest thing. Is a lot of people told me in the beginning that, oh, you killed your plants. There's no way you're going to yield. It's going to be boof, because I took fan leaves off. And people have been taking fan leaves off, but we go a little crazier. Like, people see it and they're like, wow, you went pretty far with that. But, you know, proof is in the pudding. It's been working. So, yeah, I would say that would be my main thing. And, just learning your water cycles. I wouldn't say it's an incremental thing. Like, everybody knows they need to get their perfect moisture levels, their dry down times good, but it takes a while to get there. So when you do finally start to see that pattern that you can stick to, it feels good, and you know that you're on the right track.
I think defoliating is one of the most controversial things that we see online. And yeah, people are definitely skeptical until you show them 2 weeks later and you're like, and they're like, oh. Can you talk about a technique that you have seen online or tried and you think's just a little overrated, that people put too much time and effort into this area, that it doesn't yield the results, or it doesn't warrant the energy that people put in compared to the output?
Do I want to make a huge group of people mad or no? We could touch base on soil, building soils. Everyone tells me that that's where terps come from, yet I keep beating everybody that's growing in soil. But I've also had a little overrated weed grown in soil. It's just not my preference. I think a lot of people take a lot of time and energy to learn how to build soil. They spend money, building it, and they say they reuse it. But then I know so many people that still get rid of it after 2-3 runs. They're like, oh, I didn't build it right, I'm going to go back. And it's like, well, your whole point was that you get to reuse this, and it's a living organism that you don't have to throw away, and yet so many people are still throwing it away, starting over. And it's never made sense to me. I grow in cocoa, I get great terps, great THC. That's my go-to.
And hey, if you don't want to build soil, just talk to our great sponsors over at Royal Gold.
Yes, so I said, how many people do you want me to get mad? I love those guys. I love everybody, involved. So I know some great soil menders. I know great people that work with soil companies, and we never see eye to eye on this topic, and that's okay. We don't have to. We can all still hang out, smoke one. I'll smoke your soil weed, you smoke my cocoa weed. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, the one thing that we've learned is that that's the cool thing about cannabis. It grows everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I want to ask you, what would be, if you had kind of like blank check, what would be like on your grow wish list? You snap your fingers and you've got it today.
I mean, a nice facility, that's for sure. But a facility probably double-deckered with LEDs, really nice LEDs. I've grown really fond of LEDs. My last win was under LED. There's a learning curve that I'm still learning, but I like that. If you ever feel like you're nothing else to learn, then now you're really on your downfall. But I've grown real fond of the idea of this water-cooled AC. They've got some really cool automation that I've never really been the automated guy, but with how many sensors, Trollmaster makes incredible stuff. If I could automate some LEDs and just be able to be in there without worrying about too much stuff, just have a chart of what's going on, which I know people do in smaller grows too, but it's crucial in those big grows. Um, just a bunch of smaller rooms, not any of these 300 light rooms. I'd like it to be much more contained, be able to keep track of every table a lot easier. But that's already the goal. I wouldn't say blank check, but I have some really nice investors that are trying to make it happen. And, I don't know too much about like the extras that are out there that I'll find out eventually when I need them. But I know there's walking around MJ BizCon, there's a lot of really cool stuff and a lot of stuff that just sounds like they're, blowing smoke up people, and they just want your checks. So without really studying all of that stuff, I don't know what I'd do with a blank check besides just build a really nice facility that is, designed for my liking and to really be able to crush it.
So somebody's watching this and, maybe they're running like a light or two and, they're like having fun with it, but they want to kind of take that next step. What advice would you have for them?
Automation is able to be scaled up to 1,000 lights down to one light in one plant. So even though I'm not gung ho about automation, it's just because I kind of, just I know the point, but I know that I can do it without, and for some reason I like to torture myself that way for right now. if we're being honest. So I would definitely say, try and get your automation in. You want to be able to control levels and keep everything within range, so there aren't big swings in humidity, temperatures. You want your CO2 real controlled. And a lot of people I see in tents aren't running CO2 because they think it's not able or it's hard, or even drainage in tents. Like there's so many cool ways. Floraflex is putting out a bunch of cool like home grow and like small scale irrigation and drainage setups. There's controllers, Troll Master has a lot of really cool stuff, even down to the tent grower. So just keeping your parameters in check as much as possible is the best thing you can do once you figure out what parameters work best for you.
I think that's amazing advice because a lot of people, one of the biggest challenges that I always hear about is when you do make that transition into commercial and you're managing more plants and more space, is that, there more space, more problems, more plants, more problems. And so automation is something that scales really well with you. And if you can learn it, in a small space and really dial it in, then it's just the challenge of introducing that into more square footage.
Yes, I agree. But I also, back to what I was saying about how I would design a spot, if you control these down to more rooms, but, smaller light counts, then you're able to control it on a better scale. That I see these people doing 1,000 light rooms, and then when they have a problem, they're like, "Oh, we can't shut down 1,000 lights." Well, no, that's why I would have never done 1,000 light room. And I see people tackling these problems, but I just think that even on a large scale, you want to keep it more contained. And that goes back to your home growers or anything like that. Obviously, you can't do a 4 to 10 light, room and just have 1,000 of those rooms. But you want to keep it more contained. So the home grower honestly has an advantage there. Less space, less things to worry about. You're focused on just a few plants versus thousands, and you can keep it more controlled. And as long as your parameters are in check, your IPM is in check, you should have no problem.
Yeah, I think IPMs are a really good point there too, because you have one large space and it's easy for something to rip through there, as opposed to smaller rooms where, when you flip it, then you're, cleaning it top to bottom and then ready to go. Talk to me about just the importance of like keeping a clean space, making sure that you're staying on top of, any issues that pop up.
Yeah, if you see an issue, you have to be right on top of it. If you give bugs or powdery mildew or anything a chance to survive, or especially thrive, you're in trouble no matter what it is. with the IPM, you have to stay on top of it. I use organic foliars during veg, and then the first couple weeks of flower until I see bud sites form. And then once bud sites form, I back off of it. And as long as you've been on point before then, you shouldn't have an issue. And if you do, then there's predator mites you could bring in. There's other organic ways instead of just hitting it with the stuff that everybody used to, and some people still are stuck in those ways. I think that the clean space is very important. I've been one to have a spotless room. I've been one to have not so, when you're just drowning in work and things happen and things get a little bit dirty. But you definitely start seeing the difference versus when it's spotless. It's night and day. Your plants thank you, because your plants are going off of your energy too, whether you want to admit it or not. So if you're walking in and you're seeing a dirty room, you're not happy. You're not going in there and just feeling real good. And when you're feeling real good, the plants feel real good.
I want to talk a little bit more about that too, because I think that people forget to take care of themselves when they're in the grow. So is there anything that you do to either like mentally or physically to feel ready to go into a room, whether it's like a pair of like shoes that you're like, yeah, I could work 20 hours in these, to having a good playlist? What are things that people can do to take care of themselves while they're taking care of plants?
Some days I need music, and I'll sing to the plants, and you just want to feel good while you're working. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, then you're at your job. I started doing this and doing the edibles because I was miserable at my job and I wanted to do something that I enjoyed. So going in, even on the days that I'm feeling lazy and I don't want to work, I'll take a dab or I'll smoke a joint, and then we get to work. You do want to be comfortable. You can't be in, like you said, a pair of shoes that you can't stand in or anything like that. But the biggest thing for me is I listen to a lot of podcasts and a lot of comedy specials. So the podcasts keep my interest going and I can just work for hours and hours. And then if I'm feeling down or bored, you listen to a comedy special and you're feeling great again, you're laughing, then I'm sure the plants are picking up on that as well. You just have a good vibe. You don't want to be working. Some days, if I'm not feeling, if there's nothing to get me out of my little, mood or whatever, I won't work. I'll check on them and I'll come back to it when I'm feeling like it. Because if you're not feeling good, your work's going to show that as well in anything, not just growing, any aspect of your life. If you're mad or you're just sad or whatever, you're not taking care of yourself, it'll reflect in your work, and you don't want to be working like that. You take a day off in any job like that.
No, I think that, like, hey, I didn't know we were going to get into like good life advice, but here we are, everybody. I want to ask you, what's something that you never skimp on? It's just not worth going cheap, and you spend a couple extra bucks because it's worth it.
Damn near everything. And I don't want to say like go, I would say automation. Automation is what I've skimped on. And back to, there's no real reason why. I agree with it. It works. There's so many sensors and they work so well that there's no reason not to have it, but I just haven't needed it yet. When I scale up more, I would definitely need it so that I could focus on everything. But other than that, I spend the money on quality cocoa, on quality seeds and genetics and lighting and fans. I don't go crazy on. There's little things here and there, but when you're talking about trying to save money, in the long run, it'll bite you most of the time. There are some stuff. I mean, there's any quality product, there's going to be a nice product as well for a cheaper price, and you can find those companies, and I try to. But as far as like really trying to cut corners, that's where a lot of people have really big problems. They don't want to spend the initial cost, and then they're paying for it double, triple, even more in the back end.
All right, so say somebody's watching at home and they're like, hey, You know, in my state, it's legal to have 6 plants going. I want to get a little, system going. About how much are they talking about? All in from clone to cure.
Depending what state they're in, they can use the outside air, the temperatures to their advantage or disadvantage. You're talking about, uh, Colorado versus Florida. There's, you'll need an AC in Florida. You might not need one so much out there in Colorado or the other, states that stay a lot cooler. With lighting, it depends on your tent size or room size. I would for a house or 6 plants, I would go LED off rip if you have the means to. You get away with a lot less heating issues. Some people don't even run ACs at
Yep.
all with their LEDs in there, so you're saving that AC cost because that's a couple $100 minimum. And then lighting, you could go HPS, spend a couple hundred, or you could spend 1,500 on an LED. So it really varies. I've helped people set up tent setups for as little as $300-$400 using used stuff, using Craigslist to your advantage.
Yeah.
Which is, you have to clean everything that you get off of or used. I don't care if it comes from your buddy you trust. Nobody can just pop something into their grow. You have to clean it first. Make sure that you're not bringing in other problems, which is why I like to buy new, but then we'll still clean the new stuff. So I've helped set them up for anywhere from a couple $100 all the way to $2,000, 2,500. But the people who spend the $2,000, $2,500 and they set up their automation feedings, their drainage, their CO2, the LEDs, they crush it off rip. They make their investment back right away, and then they're smoking on great weed that they grew themselves.
Oh yeah, so much good advice in there. I've got a tent that's in quarantine in my front porch right now. I'm just like, okay, a few more days, and then I got to give it a really good scrub. It's tough, and there are amazing deals out there because as many people are watching this thinking I want to try, there are just as many people out there that have given up on the dream, and it is available from Craigslist to Facebook Marketplace.
Craigslist, when I was starting off, Craigslist was my best friend. Because I was a mechanic when I started. I didn't come out here. I still don't have, everyone's like, oh, you have a company. Like, no, spend everything I have on the company, but, trying to get it out. But, when I came out here, we were just, I was a mechanic. So I used Craigslist to my advantage, got some good deals. You can find, people shutting down bigger spots just because they get, raided or they get scared or whatever. And you find some people with LEDs or with, name brand dehumidifiers that have very little hours, and you're getting them at a third of the price. And units like that are your biggest expenses. So if you can save money there, you can spend a little bit more money on your genetics or your lighting or anything like that, where I don't think people really think too much about that. They want the new, they want to go in and just take the video of it unwrapping out of the box, and that's cool and all, but I'd rather have better weed.
Right on. What's just a common mistake that you're like, why are people still doing this? Especially with people that are just getting started and just don't know any better.
There's a few, but I wouldn't really call them mistakes, because everything that I would say on that topic, there's somebody out there proving me wrong.
Interesting.
One of my friends, he grows some of the best weed in the legal market right now off of deep water culture. Deep water culture, up until I met him, I was like, why? Why are people spending so much money on these systems? And then the weed is all right, and I know they can grow better weed. But then I see him just absolutely crushing it. He's getting damn near 3 pounds of light. He's getting, terps. He's getting the THC levels, and it smokes great. And so now, for the past year and a half that I've been smoking this guy's stuff, I just keep scratching my head every time, and I'm like, this is deep water culture every time I'm smoking it. So I wouldn't say that there are mistakes where I could clearly pinpoint what's better, what's worse, what's not working, because there's always going to be somebody that's like, I do that, and I'm thoroughly impressed with their work.
Right on. I think that it's just a good lesson in life. Be curious. Don't be judgmental. You
Yes.
never know when people might surprise you. Keith, I want to let you get back to your day. I just one final question, and it's something that we're asking everybody. But what's a personal goal for yourself in cannabis?
So before it was to get licensed for the edibles, and now that I've accomplished that, I've moved my focus to, obviously not move my focus. My focus is very much still on my company, but I want to add growing to that, maybe breeding in the long run. But I want to focus on commercial growing and getting a spot up and being able to bring this quality weed. I just see so much, that, not no shade on anybody, but I see a lot of subpar stuff going out, and that's the majority. And then there's a few people I know that are really, bringing out some really quality stuff, and they're not charging an arm and a leg for it because we don't have to. So my goal is to just get a nice facility, a nice crew, work with some really, great people. And fortunately, I've been able to work with a lot of great people already. So there are some things in the works, but that's my goal in cannabis, is to just really stay a part of it and stay on top of it. Keep winning and keep growing amazing stuff and letting people enjoy it.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Sincerely appreciate you making some time and excited to see you back in 2021.
Oh, I'll be there. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me.
Congrats again to Keith for getting that license, the only L you want to get in cannabis. Let's switch gears. I want to talk genetics for a minute. And this next interview is with our breeder for the 6th annual Colorado competition, which you can apply for now. The founder of Nerds Genetics, Robbie. Hey, Robbie, thank you so much for joining us. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm great. We're hanging in there, all things considered. Excited to have this conference going on. Excited to talk to some breeders. We've talked to a lot of growers that have won past grow offs, but I want to talk to the people that are really behind the plants that they're growing. So let's start off. How long have you been doing this?
Oh man, that's a good question. So let's see. I started growing in 2007. We started the base work for Nerds in 2010, and then I started putting out seeds in 2014. So since
Okay,
then,
so it's 4 years from kind of base work until you're actually putting out gear that you're happy with. What's that transition period like for somebody that is maybe thinking, hey, I want to get into the genetic side?
well, it sort of depends on what your goal is. For us, it was really important to put out really good stuff. We're growers first. And so it was really important to me to put out stuff that I could put in a commercial facility and feel really good about. Um, excuse me. So the other thing was that like most of the time that was spent in that first 4 years was really just getting to know what is really good wheat. Like going through just hundreds and hundreds of cuts, trying to figure out stuff between like different seeds that we were looking through, different things that we had done, and just trying to go through that compared to all the stuff that was available as like different clone stuff. So taking a look at what makes for good structure, what makes for good yield, what kinds of things like can be correlated with stuff that ends up being stronger in the end, or ends up being a better, more vigorous plant or something like that, and really getting to know that helped set a lot of the base work for us to start doing a lot of the breeding projects. And so yeah, in 2014, we put out the first cross that I was really happy with, and that was sort of the basis. In that year, we did the basis for a lot of the work that I've done for the last few years. Mostly just stabilizing a couple of lines and then continuing to up the ante on what is good.
So you talk about kind of there's this process, you're learning a lot, there's trial, I'm sure there's error. Was there ever a big like aha level up moment where you're like, oh, if I had been doing this for the last year, everything would have been different?
Yeah, when I started making fem seeds.
Okay.
That was that was the big level up aha moment. Because at the end of the day, there's a time and a place for everything. I will always tell you that male female seeds are going to be better for breeding. They're going to be better if you're going to run a long term clone, something like that. A lot of the people who are consuming seeds right now are looking to put it in the backyard with their tomatoes or to like full on farm it.
Sure.
So it's having that availability of FIM seeds and starting to really understand how those work. That made a really interesting progression in my knowledge of the cannabis plant in general. So,
Sure. I love that just to step back for a moment, you're like, hey, I'm a grower first. In what ways has, your work on the breeding side helped inform your growing?
oh, in every way,
Yeah,
being able to really see how things express, and which things come out, genetically, which things come out of environment, being able to see hundreds of different phenos of the same thing be put out across the country in tons of different environments. All of that is really really beneficial to learning how to grow better. And sometimes you see things that work and you're like, man, I've never had the opportunity to do that, and then but it just kills it, so there's so much to be learned in cannabis growing, period. Like
totally.
we're so far behind and so far ahead simultaneously in different ways.
Right.
We simultaneously have a whole lot of knowledge on like hydroponics and tight spaces and things like that, but we
Ugh,
have very very little knowledge about like actual farming and how things like should be done on a really really big scale. So there's a lot of interesting kind of like in betweens right now in the industry, but being
yeah.
able to see so many different environments and so many different outcomes of the same plant is really really cool. So that really helps inform me as a grower of what's going to work where. So
Yeah, and you're the one doing the selecting. You've looked at all of these, hundreds, thousands of plants at this point. Is there anything that you think is like a red herring that maybe people identify as a positive trait, but that you would cull for one reason or another?
I mean, there's so many things, like it, a lot of the things. So for me, it has to do all the things. It has to be a big enough yielder to keep it in a commercial environment. It has to veg well, root well, flower well, have good structure when it flowers, um, and not require a whole ton of maintenance. And if it doesn't do all those things and then smoke well and sell well, then I can't keep it. And it's just
Sure.
that simple. And the thing is, like, there's a whole lot of stuff that's popular out in the industry right now because it looks really pretty on Instagram, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good commercial strain. Now, there are a lot of things that are good commercial strains that are also really pretty on Instagram. But those are the things that like have hype for a reason, and then there's a lot of other things that have hype because they're pretty or whatever. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't do all of the things, then who's going to keep it? Like a lot of the these days, like we're really looking at commercial facilities more than anything because that's who's producing most of the weed for the country.
Sure.
And you can't put anything into a commercial facility that doesn't keep up. If it produces a quarter of what Blue Dream does, I'm sorry, it's got to go. So
Yeah. When I think that we have a lot of people that are watching that may be kind of on the hobbyist side.
mhm,
They're, running a few lights and are trying to kind of keep up with all of this Instagram hype
mhm.
and commercial strains. What's something that you found that really overperforms in a home grow setting that might not thrive as much in a commercial setting?
That's a really interesting question. Well, it's when you're looking at a non-commercial grow of any size, like you can produce a whole lot of cannabis with one light. And so like the
Yep.
amount that you may or may not actually smoke is an interesting point there. So like it really kind of depends on what your goal is, right?
Okay.
One thing that I think is really interesting is some plants don't necessarily like the super bright lights. Like Girl Scout cookies, for example, is one thing that I've actually done way better with under like a 315 CMH than I've ever done under a 1,000 watt HPS. Like I will actually produce more per watt by a lot under the 315 than I will under an HPS all day, every day. And just if I can put it in
Cool.
the corner of a commercial grow facility, it'll actually do pretty good. But like if it's right under the light, it just freaks out. So
Ah,
there's and that's actually the basis for a lot of the like kind of super hyped stuff right now. Is like that original Girl Scout cookie line that has been bred into a lot of different stuff, and it expresses different ways when it's bred with different genetics. But yeah, that original line, man, that one does better in a home grow than a commercial facility all day. So.
right on. When for somebody who is home growing, that's like, I want to start doing, a little bit of breeding. What's the difference to you between kind of just chucking and them, really investing the time into making something work?
Honestly, the difference is having a goal. Like
Okay.
if you have a goal that you're trying to fulfill, then you're not pollen checking. If you are throwing like a male against every hype thing that you have, then you absolutely are pollen chucking. And there's a time and a place for pollen chucking too. There's some amazing stuff that has come out of that type of breeding. Like
Yep.
I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying that like there's a difference, and like the difference really comes in: do you have a goal, and does that goal necessarily have one step or multiple steps in order for you to get to where you're going? If you have a goal and you see it through and you get something that you find to be better than mom or dad or whatever your goal might be, then you're breeding. That's an actual plan there. If you're just trying to make seeds in order to sell them, well, then that's more of the like pollen chucking aspect, and that's fine. But it's a different thing. You're going to get way more variety out of a pollen chuck than you are out of a planned breeding process, and you're not going to get as much stability out of the pack. So in places where the breeder has taken the steps to do 3 or 4 back crosses or something to get it to a more stable line, then the picture you see on Instagram is what you're going to get out of pretty much every seed.
Right.
Right now, the thing that a lot of new growers and a lot of home growers don't understand, and they really should, is that when you buy a pack of seeds, a lot of times, like I would say 99% of the time, you're buying a pack of F1s, which is a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it gives you the most hybrid vigor out of the pack, but it also means that you're going to have the most variety. So while there may be one picture that you've seen that's like super hot that comes out of it, that may only be one in 1,000, and you don't know how many that person went through to find that picture. So that's kind of a thing that the buyer needs to be informed of as well.
Totally. Yeah, it's you're scratching lotto tickets sometimes out there.
And that's part of the fun,
Totally.
and like that's
Lottery tickets are
yeah.
fun.
Hey, if you find one, excellent, but for all the home growers out there, I always compare things to things like Gorilla Glue, and it's a different hype thing for me, or whatever's good in our garden, like at different years. But for right now, it's been Gorilla Glue for the last few years because it does all the
Mhm.
things. Anyway, so if it's not as good as Gorilla Glue, it doesn't get kept, and
Yeah,
that
that's your
means that I
benchmark.
have to go through between like 500 and 1,000 seeds most of the time before I find something that I find to be as good as Gorilla Glue. So there's Yeah, it depends on what your goal is, but like if you want to find that true like unicorn keeper, like you need to be prepared to do a whole lot of work.
Fair
So,
enough. I think a lot of people, you know, understand how to find great female. How do you find a great male, and what are the traits that you're looking for to know that you've got pollen you want?
well, that's a little bit more difficult than finding a great female. The that again, it comes back to what your goal is. And if you are trying to, I mean, I suppose if you're trying to pollen check, I'd go through a whole bunch of males, flower them out, and find the one that just like has the tightest stacking flowers and like the best structure, and kind of go from there. If I'm doing a specific breeding project, then I'm selecting for different things. Like for the Wody, for example, which is one of my longer term projects, I was selecting for it to breed true for purple, and also to have this certain structure that came from the dad and not from the mom. So I was trying to improve the structure on the mom, while keeping it breeding true for purple and this smell. So those were like kind of the three variables in my Putnam squares. And then when I was running them through, I was trying to select each generation for something that would continually breed for that to be dominant. But that's sort of different than some of the ones like that I've done recently, where I just found a crazy stud out of going through a big pheno hunt and just hit it at some stuff just to see what would happen. And so like sometimes we do a little of both. Sometimes we're pollen checking, sometimes we're breeding with a purpose. But
Can you just to go back for a second for
mhm,
anybody that's not familiar with what Putnam squares are?
mhm.
Can you talk about kind of laying those out and how they relate to the process of breeding?
Say so a really complicated a really complicated bit of science, um, because
And you could at least if you want to just give them an introduction so that
oh
they can
yeah,
go and find put
yeah,
it in the
absolutely. um,
world.
it's only about 50% helpful in my experience, but it has been like enough to if I'm trying to decide between one or another, looking at what I see coming out as the dominant traits are useful. Okay, so the way that this works is if you can imagine a y-axis and an x-axis, and then a square where each one of them intersect, right? Um, Along each of those axes, there's going to essentially be traits versus outcomes. And so you're looking at dominant versus recessive traits. So things that come out most of the time out of the phenotypes versus stuff that you only see very rarely. And then there's some stuff that is dominant recessive that kind of stays in between, right?
Hmm.
And the more phenotypes that you're trying to breed true for, the more complicated the Putnam square gets. If you're only trying to breed for one thing, and say like you're trying to breed true for tall plants versus short plants, right? And so short plants are on the x-axis versus tall plants are on the y-axis. And when they line up, you're going to see like where the dominant traits line up versus the recessive traits. So you can assume that when you have a male that creates a lot of the same dominant traits that you're looking for, if you hit it to other dominant traits, then you'll end up with more dominant traits, most likely. Um, Conversely, if you hit recessive to recessive, you end up with dominant. So it just kind of it gets kind of complicated, and it's not like necessarily the most helpful thing for somebody who's starting a breeding project. But if you're trying to get to F8 or something, and you're trying to make sure everything looks exactly the same, then there's going to be some point where you're going to need to employ this method in order to kind of get there. So.
Oh, I think that's a great place for everybody to start if they're not familiar. I know, I think one thing that people don't imagine is how much data and tracking goes into this process. What tools do you use? And if you can give like specific types of like tags or software, anything like that, that you would recommend to people so that they're actually, uh, getting what they want instead of just losing track of something, down the road.
Uh, I mean, I have been doing it so long that I do it all on pen and paper. um, I don't have good answers for that, actually.
No, I
Um,
think that's the coolest answer. It's cool and appreciated.
yeah, a lot of it. I mean, and the thing is, the more that you do it, there's like a part of it that is feel that can't be ignored. And like there's something about it that the longer you do it, the more that you just kind of feel into the whole thing, and
Yeah,
it's part of the flow of the whole thing. That you can't really have a substitute for experience. The longer you do it, the easier some of those things get to notice, I suppose, or you just feel the energy differently. I'm not really sure, but it does seem that the longer I've done it, the easier it is for me to pick out a male, the easier it is for me to pick out a female, the easier it is to figure out what's going to go well with each other. So.
yeah. No substitute for experience and kind of that human connection with the plant. I'm curious. We talked a little bit about Instagram and hype and all of
Mhm.
that earlier. But what are resources that you use to kind of stay up to date with what's going on in terms of genetics breeding? Are there Instagram accounts you'd recommend following? Do you have mentors, or what resources do you depend on?
Well, I mean, Instagram is our resource in this industry.
Right.
That if we're truthful about it, that's absolutely the case. And yes, there are definitely some really, really, really good Instagram accounts out there that provide a lot of really good knowledge. Um, the there's almost like too many to name, but I'll try and give you a couple real quick. The Build a Soil account is really good, not necessarily for genetic stuff, but just for general organic like growing stuff. There's always really good stuff on there. Um, uh, I'm not sure if Clackamas Coots still has his account up, but his account was really good. The CSI 420 account is good. The Let's see. I'm Duke Diamond's account got taken down, but if it comes back up, then that's a wonderful account to follow. He's a great source of knowledge and information. Um, 303 Organic Cannabis. So
And for everybody watching, we'll go ahead and include those links in the chat. And, feel free. I think Robbie's going to be able to join us in the breakout room so that you can talk to him a little bit more. He'll have more accounts that you can follow. But I do want to get a few more questions in here before we have to let you go.
absolutely.
Um, what's on like your wish list right now? If you could like snap your fingers and you've got one piece of equipment, one strain, anything, what would be on your wish list?
I come in a size 6,000 square foot warehouse.
I love it. What are just some tips that you have for people in terms of like self care, just making sure that they're not messing up their back while taking care of plants, or a pair of kicks that you really like love in the garden? Anything that you would just recommend to make it go a little bit easier?
So I pretty much never take chacos off. I love them tremendously, especially in a garden and especially in an outdoor garden because you can just hose them off and keep going. Um, One of the things that I have learned over the years is that if I can sit and things can be raised at my level, then I should just do it that way.
Yep.
Get a table, do your clones on a table. Don't do them on the floor. Like, just like set yourself up for success. Like your space can be small, but it can be successful. As long as you think about, like where you're going to be, how you're going to do some of these things, and give yourself room to get that done when you're building the space. A lot of people get themselves in trouble because they try and maximize the amount of flower space, but then they don't have any space to work. They don't have any space to like move around or veg or do any of that stuff. And so like it ends up being a lot more challenging than it is fun. And if you set yourself up for success from the beginning, then like you'll absolutely end up with a successful grow, even if it's just because you enjoyed doing it. So that, yeah, that's it. And then the last thing is when you can build beds. Um, uh, Living soil has like absolutely changed the game for me. It has made it so that I don't have to transplant 50 times. I'm not picking up bales of soil and taking them downstairs anymore. I mean, my soil stays where it is each time. I dig a little hole, I plant a new plant. End of story. So if you can make it easier for yourself, like do it. And that's living soil is a really good way to make it easier for yourself.
Right on. Yeah, there's nothing like hauling a bunch of soil because it adds up.
Oh,
Um,
especially I used to own a hydro store, and carrying it in the back door by the pallet was no joke. I mean, you learn how heavy a bale is real fast.
I want to ask you, is there a technique that somebody had suggested that you were initially skeptical of, but now are a true believer?
Yes. Many. One for sure though is the fruit juice method, which that is one that Duke Diamond recommended to me a while ago, and I started trying it, and I was like, there's no way this is going to work. But yeah, no, it's amazing. I literally buy fruit juice from the store, just like organic fruit juice, and add it in at like 5 milliliters per gallon. But when I started really looking into it, and I won't say what products are on your hydro store shelf, but there's a lot of products on your hydro store shelf that are just sugar and fruit juice added together in a big bucket. And there's a lot of K&F stuff that says that if you ferment it, it just becomes like a stronger, more shelf stable version of it. But if you've got a fridge, you can pour the straight juice straight into the reservoir and call it a day, and it absolutely brings up more terpenes.
Just never Gatorade, right?
Well, I don't know that Gatorade wouldn't work. If we're being honest, it might.
It's got the electrolytes. That's
I'm not
great.
sure. I'm not sure what would happen there. It's never come up as something to try. But yeah, I mean, it's got sugar and it's got terpenes. I mean, it might work.
One of my favorite questions, what's something that is worth spending a little bit more on? Don't ever go cheap on.
Your electrician.
That is a great answer.
That is the thing that I see people go cheap on all the time, and the consequences are fire. So that is one place where you should absolutely hire a pro all the time.
Is there a common mistake that you see people make, either with seeds or plants in general, that you just are like, why are people still doing this?
Oh man, there's so many things that are taught that I don't understand at all. But I will give you two. One is people overlove their plants. Especially new hobbyist growers, people who are not like necessarily used to growing a plant at all, don't really take a lot of time to think about the fact that shit happens. There's a lot of stuff that like it is not going to be perfect, especially in an indoor environment, and that's really okay. trying to change it ends up killing the plant. So just kind of leaving them alone is the best way to grow some fire. And then the other thing is people, the way that people flush in like soilless mediums is absolutely crazy to me. If you do this and you get good results, you do you, boo. But I see people pouring like 4 gallons of water through their plants at the end of the cycle each time, and it's just like, what are you doing? They're like, you're not dissolving the plants that are still in the fats of the cell. Like you need to get that out of there. That's what you're trying to get rid of. But that's not really explained to people, so they just think that like all the salts that are built up in their soil because they fed way too much is like all that they need to get rid of, and then they can't figure out why it's still harsh after they flushed for 3 days. But it's those are the two things that I'm just like, man, y'all got to stop this.
I think we've all been there at one point in our lives where it was like, hey, we got to drink a ton of water to pass this drug test somehow. It's like, it doesn't work with us, doesn't work with plants.
Yep, exactly. In fact, it can be deadly.
The last question I want to ask, we've talked a lot about setting goals, having goals, and working towards them. I want to know, what's a personal goal that you still have in cannabis that you would like to achieve?
Oh, well, breeding is sort of never ending for me now. It's something that like I really can't stop doing. I have a lot of goals on like the hemp side, things that I would like to do for longer term industrial use, and incorporating maybe some cannabinoids in there. I am en route to an IBL project for the Wody, and that I'm always looking for just something that turns my nose up. Something that I've never smelled before, something that I've never seen before. Like if I can produce some truly blue weed at some point, I'd be pretty into that. But like it just is going to depend on kind of what comes. But it's at this point, it's just continuing to take the cannabis plant as far as we can. Both medicinally and recreationally. Like they both parts are really important, I think, to the development of like our human community.
I love it. There are so many amazing sentiments in there, and I love how you not only have kind of personal goals for yourself, but for the industry and for us as just human beings. So thank you so much for sharing those with us, Robbie. I really appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on today. It's been great.
It was so much fun. And everybody, please stick around. We'll be in breakout rooms and you can have a chance to talk to Robbie yourself. I am very excited for you to see what he has picked out for this year. Next up, we have another 3-time champ in Colorado, living soil guru, Duran Jackson. Duran, thank you so much for being here. How have you been?
I've been good. Thank you. Just working a lot, but that's it. Just doing good, doing my plant thing.
I feel like everybody's working a lot right now. It is that time of year. What do you have going on right now? What are you excited about?
I'm excited about popping new genetics in my own grow. I'm also popping new genetics at work also, so it's a double whammy.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. You got a lot going on. Let's start from the beginning. I want to know, how long have you been growing? How'd you get into it?
I've been growing since 2015 now. I got into it a little bit before I moved out here. I've been out here since 2015. I had 2 little plants going, but they both happened to be males, but they kind of sparked my interest in growing. And here I am. I've been growing commercially for almost 6 years now, and growing craft also in my home grow for 6 years.
You've entered on both the craft side and the commercial side. but have taken home some massive awards on the craft side. Can you tell me a little bit about, having some control over it, or what's the big difference for you?
The the biggest difference when I competed in the commercial side, I was fresh in the industry. I think that was my second year growing. So I didn't know as much when I was doing it. And then also it was in a facility that had its own problems. So the craft side is easier in controlling those environmental issues and pest issues. So you get a overall better quality, in my personal opinion.
Okay, so you're somebody who has made kind of the transition, and 6 years feels like a long time for some people, not that long. So kind of talk to me about, when you got started, how do you get your foot in the door? How do you, kind of make that leap from, having your own stuff going to working commercially?
When I first worked commercially, when I first got into the industry, it was more about just learning everything, because I didn't know much about weed in general, plants at all. But as I got into the industry, I started growing also the same time as I got in the industry. At first I started trying to do what I was doing in the industry in my home grow, and it kind of felt like double work because the industry is really different than the craft side. But now I get my passion out in my home grow, and I know that I handle my business at work depending on who I'm working for.
I think that's really good advice too, because a lot of people think like that they'll be able to go into a grow and they're going to change it overnight. Everything's going to be dramatically different. And at the end of the day, that's not why you're there. Are you testing things out at home and bringing them to the commercial side, or you really try and keep, kind of like a church and state relationship between the two?
Yeah, I really try to keep the two different, because I've stressed myself trying to fix problems in the big commercial side, that it's hard to get things across, especially if the people in the commercial side aren't there on a daily basis, investors and stuff like that, the ones that actually run the business. So yeah, I try to keep it separate. I get more fun in my home grow.
I like that. Let's talk about kind of just the process of getting started with all of this. Was there a moment that you can look back to and go, oh, that was a huge level up? If I had been doing that for, a year ahead of time, I would have saved myself so many headaches.
I would say, yeah, the biggest level up I had was going to organics from synthetic growing. I've saved a lot of money, and I feel like my quality has actually gone up since using synthetics also.
Okay, so talk to me about that transition, because it can be daunting to really make wholesale changes. What was that process like for you, and what did you move to?
So when I first started growing here, my home grow was deep water culture, hydroponic, bucket, air stones and stuff like that. It was a lot of moving water around, and that in particular was a little tiring, especially at home. And I guess what changed me to going organics was I had a coworker at my first dispensary that I worked at that grew organically, and he had me try some of his flower, and it was absolutely smooth. I didn't cough, but I got really ripped. And ever since then, I've been chasing that cleanliness, and that started my whole transition. So what I did was I still use general hydroponic nutrients, and I used cocoa, but I did a synganic approach where I cut the rates of what I was feeding in salts, and then I was also supplementing compost teas bi-weekly, and that kind of got me into learning about the soil, like living microbes and teas, and got me thinking about other things in the dirt and how that is. And now here I am with a complete living soil system.
All right. So I think one of the biggest things that we've noticed at the Grow Off is this trend towards living soil and how much better the entries have been too. I think there was a lot that people were still figuring out when we started this 6 years ago. Tell me about really what you feel like are some of the big things that people need to know if they're thinking about transitioning to living soil. Just say if they're, been doing cocoa and just following the label, what should they know before they get involved in the living soil world?
Yeah, so I think the biggest difference with living soil and salt nutrition, you kind of are force feeding the plant. You can kind of up different values at certain types and kind of force the plant to kind of do something different. And I think in living soil, it's more you kind of have to trust your soil. You have to trust what's happening in your soil to grow the plant. You're not necessarily growing a plant with living soil. You're growing an ecosystem that is supporting so much life that your plant can be as healthy as it can be.
So when you're figuring out all of this, I know that it's not just trial and error. Who are you going to for resources, mentors? I know you said you had a friend that was growing organic, but where do you find information that you trust as opposed to people that are just throwing stuff out there on Instagram or YouTube that might just be specific to what they have going on?
I listen to Chris Trump's YouTube channel. He has lots of information on there. The Future Cannabis Project on YouTube. That's ran by, I think it's 303 Organics on Instagram. He has a lot of good information. I'm constantly listening to podcasts at work. A lot of people listen to music at work. In the grow, I'm constantly listening to the Dude Grows show, Growing From Your Heart with Rasta Jeff, the podcast. I just have a constant knowledge flow coming in, and the way I figure out what's true or not is you kind of have to try it. But I think just having the constant knowledge flow coming in is very important also because technology and growth styles are changing really fast now, especially with so many new people coming in with different specialties.
Okay, so somebody wants to get started at home. What are they looking at to do a living soil, like all in terms of space and kind of a financial commitment?
With living soil, there is a bit more startup costs, I think, compared to buying nutrients. But once you start living soil, you kind of don't use any money afterwards. But like if you use salt nutrition, you're constantly buying the nutrient line when you run down. Once you get your soil going and your living crops going, your living mulch going, your worms, all that going, it kind of, as long as you keep that life going, it sustains itself. And every now and then you can give it boosts of dry amendments. I like to use Build a Soil. Jeremy from Build a Soil grabs a lot of small businesses and brings them on his website. And he, I just like the way he promotes and educates Colorado and this growing cannabis industry.
Okay, and then in terms of space, is it like a dramatically different footprint that you're looking at, or is it scalable for somebody who's, again, just maybe looking at, grabbing their first clones?
So a lot of people mess up with living soil because they try to start in smaller pots. So I would think the biggest thing if you want to start living soil, living organics, is to have I think it's minimum of 30-gallon pot is the minimum. The bigger soil mass it is, it's easier to take care of. So it's better to be scalable. It's better to do like a 4x4 bed than the 30-gallon pot. Right now I'm in 4x8 flower tent and a 4x4 veg tent.
All right, really good to know. Is there a technique or something out there that you were super skeptical about until you tried it and now you swear by it?
I think the only one is I clean my plants up very hard day one of flower. I clean up to maybe 1 to 3 nodes on each branch that I'm keeping.
Okay.
And that's my first flip of flower. Kind of like Pepperland did in the grow off last year, and everyone gave her kind of hell for it. But yeah, I kind of do that same style.
Yeah. Shout out to Amanda Herman, who was also placed in the grow off for, I think, just blowing some minds on Instagram with just the amount of defoliating that she does. But you're not the first person to bring that up. I think it's definitely it's something that more and more people are getting on. On the flip side of that question, is there something that you think is a little overrated, or people waste too much time compared to the amount of return that they get for doing that technique, a product, anything like that?
I don't think I've ran into anything like that, really. There's so many different techniques and styles that lead you to a great end product. So it's really hard to just nitpick any one style. It's obviously worked for many people.
Okay, so you're popping a lot of seeds right now. What are you looking for in terms of, at seedling stage, veg? Are you not even really worried about them until you've seen them all the way flowered out? What makes a winner for you at any of those stages?
So in seedling and veg, I don't really look for too much, except for as long as it's not being stunted out or runt. If I happen to take a clone in veg and it does smell good, that's a little bit of an indication that it could possibly be great smelling. But in flower, definitely terps is number one for me over anything, nose type thing. Yield is not up there for me, but I would say the terps and the trichome development is definitely pluses, because that's where all the medicine is. And then yield is just like a bonus.
All right. So what do you think everybody should be growing right now? What's the next big strain? And then what's something that may be kind of a more legacy genetic that you think is also, people should be running and doesn't get enough respect?
That's such a hard question. There's so many genetics out there and so many people doing great with breeding. I like genetics, so I really can't say a particular strain. I would say something that you enjoy. I personally enjoy flowers that show purple, like fade to dark colors, dark leaves. That's what I like to do. I would say grow whatever fulfills your growing needs. I wouldn't try to grow for anyone but yourself, because then it feels like a job. Strains that are legacy, I think, that don't get enough attention. I like cookie strains, even though I don't really like the cookies brand per se. But a strain for me that since I got here was 09 Girl Scout cookies that I tried from a dispensary, and I have hunted that strain down since I've been out here, and actually just got it a few months ago. So I'm happy about that one myself.
Very nice. Very nice. I think it's really easy to get caught up in a lot of the kind of Instagramification of the, growing world. But it's also a good resource for people too. Kind of, where do you find a balance there? Are you on the gram a lot, or are you, finding, information other places?
Yeah, I'm on the gram a lot. I think the cannabis community actually uses the gram a lot, and I think it's a good source of information. I follow a lot of people there. Most companies promote through there, so I think it's kind of necessary in the cannabis industry right now. And I think with it being so popular on Instagram, it's kind of helping boost the cannabis community also, and getting it into these states that aren't as acceptable. But if they constantly see different people smoking, constantly growing, the world's not blowing up, I think it helps out.
I love that. All right. I want to do kind of some quicker hits. First question. All right. What is something that you think is always worth spending a little bit more on? Never go, cheap when it comes to what?
I would say spend money on your light for sure. Don't get a cheapo light, but then also spend money on environmental control. So you know that the light that you did spend money on is effective and efficient enough, and you're getting every bit out of it.
Okay, what's something that people overspend on when the generic is just as good?
I'm gonna say nutrient lines, I think, are spent on and overly depended on.
All right, what should everybody be checking on or paying a little bit more attention to that's easy to kind of just let fall by the wayside?
100% the environment.
Well, like when it comes to environmental factors, are you worried about humidity? Are you worried about light leak? Were you worried about temperature? Is there one thing where you're like, oh, don't get caught slipping on this?
I would say the temperature and humidity is important because you get in the correct VPD range that the plant transpires and is just in the perfect range for the plant to live. That's important. And then once you have a perfect environment, your nutrients and stuff will be used more efficiently. And I feel like the environment is the place where 90% of people, businesses slack on.
Okay, you get a blank check. What is on your grow wish list?
I would like one of those new pulse monitors that do the CO2, they have VPD, all that, light, PPFD. That'd be cool. Some new LED lights would be nice. Other than that, I'm a penny pincher.
I like it. See, that's why we got to get you the blank check. What's some advice that you would have for somebody who is like watching this and has never grown a plant before, but is like, I'm fascinated. I'm going out tomorrow and getting a tent.
If you are fascinated and want to get growing, I would say educate yourself. There's many different ways of growing. Pick one that you want to try. Don't get caught up trying to try all of them at once. And the biggest one is don't get disappointed at the results of your first grow.
That is amazing. But yeah, I think we talked with another person who said your third grow is your first grow, and I was like, oh, that's gonna be a shirt.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. Like I know a lot of people like get so disappointed when their buds aren't like dense or great looking or leaves are all burnt, but it's still your grow. You still made it to the end and you learned something.
Yeah, I think people need to just we need to normalize failing for a while, because those mistakes that you make are how you learn. No one just knocks it out of the park for their first 10 grows, and if they tell you they did, they're a liar.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely lying on that.
For people that maybe have been getting amazing results in their craft grow, how do they know, hey, it's time to make that jump to commercial?
I mean, I don't think commercial growing is for everybody. That's kind of if you want to push out bulk weed and that's your passion. I hope that you find a facility that kind of lines up with your ethics and growth style.
I think that a lot of people are so hungry to get into the industry that they will take a job with literally any operation. And I think it's important that people interview companies back in the same way that they're being interviewed. So what do you look for in, commercial operation that, are signs that they're doing things right or that you want to be involved with them?
That's a pretty hard question to answer. My whole mindset of the industry before I moved out here is totally different now than it was when I first got out here. So I had the mindset of I'll take anything when I first got here, and it worked for me until it didn't work for me. Now where I'm working at is focusing on solventless, so it kind of lines up with my lifestyle. I prefer the more natural smokes, organic, solventless extracts. So that's kind of how I landed in this spot right now.
Yeah, I think, one thing that people, a common misconception is that, it's really easy to kind of grow through companies when a lot of times it's a pretty flat company. Especially on the cultivation side, you've got people that are coming in as like grow techs, and then you have your, head of cultivation, what a lot of people used to call master grower. And then there's trim crew that comes in when things are harvested. And that's really it. And so, I think that you can really plateau in this industry, without investors or, having, a ton of savings or a trust fund to go to.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a grind for sure in the commercial side. I can say that.
I'd love to know, how do you take care of yourself physically when you're in a grow? Anything between like, I keep talking about like comfortable pair of shoes. You mentioned listen to podcasts, which I think is great. Good snacks, anything that you would recommend that just like helps make it a little easier on your body, mentally, anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. Good shoes. I like waterproof boots because we're around water a lot in the garden, and I hate wet feet, so I like the waterproof boots. I don't wear glasses as much as I should. That's a good thing to do, though. Wear glasses. And then I think the main thing is just staying hydrated is the biggest one, because you're underneath strong lights all day, so you don't realize how much moisture is sucking out the air and it's making you sweat. So just staying hydrated in the grow.
No one's mentioned glasses yet. Sorry, Method Sevens. But also, if there's anybody that's watching that enjoys having wet feet, just get out of here. You're not one. You're monsters. All right. One final question, and then I'll let you get back to your day. What's still a goal that you have for yourself, just a personal goal within cannabis?
A personal goal of mine is to create a strain in honor of my mom that I just lost 2 years ago to cancer. So that's definitely on there. And then to have my own medical cannabis business would be great, that I'm pumping out craft quality medicine to the people. I've already got a hemp license from Mississippi, but we're still waiting to see how they drop the medical laws or how to obtain a license, and we'll see where we go from there.
Well, that's a beautiful goal to have, and I cannot wait to see what you do to make that happen. Duran, thank you again so much for being here. Super informational. I just can't thank you enough.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to do this.
Duran Jackson, everybody. So excited to have him. Our next winners, we're going to kick it old school. They won 2019 Oregon competition potency from Snodgrass Family Genetics. Wonder who it could be. Bobby and Meredith Snodgrass, everyone. All right, now we're joined by Bobby and Meredith Snodgrass. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you today?
Excellent.
Doing great, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
I'm really excited because we needed some Oregon representation here. I want to hear a little bit about how you got started. You know, the Snodgrass name is legendary. When we came out to Oregon, everybody was really excited to hear that you were going to be taking part in this. So tell me, how long have you been growing?
Cannabis in my family is, my parents are hippies, so it's been most of my life that I've been around marijuana, and give thanks for it. I would say a good part of my adult life has been involved in trying to grow marijuana, and so we're looking at a good 4 decades now.
And, this is something where you also now have your kids involved. Like, what does it mean to have, truly a family business in cannabis?
Our family business for us is just kind of natural. My dad with glass blowing and teaching us all how to blow glass. And then now when we first started into the marijuana business, as marijuana growing strong, the fact is there was still a lot of prohibition going on that kept us from sharing with our kids as much as we'd like to have.
Sure.
We really had to wait until they came of age.
But we're really proud of them for everything that they are accomplished, and their passions have definitely been kind of, I think, grown out of their background, their family background, where they grew up, what they were exposed to growing up, the family there's a vibration, I guess. And the family business, eventually they were seeing what was happening, and it was just natural. Our daughter became very interested in gardening, probably in high school, and our son has followed the glass blowing tradition, and he's also very interested in gardening.
Yeah, he's great at organic. He loves organic food. So the fact is, in order for him to get organic food, you have to grow it most.
The family thing is just amazing. We're just as far as what it means to be a family business. We wish they were more a part of the business, that they lived on the farm with us still and worked here with us, but they're pursuing it in their own way, and we're really proud of them. So,
they're still in their early 20s, and you never know when they're going to come back to the farm and work with us. And
so I think we talk a little bit about organic farming, and one thing that keeps being stressed over and over again is that sometimes less is more with plants. But I feel like that really hit home when we talked a little bit about what you did with your grow off plant. Can you talk about the winning plant back when we were doing Sunday Driver?
Yeah, yes, and that you had wrote a question to me also about what's the biggest mistake that people make that's easily fixed. And I mean, most people, when they start into the business, are just like buying everything that they actually see, and they're like, okay, we need this. And fact is when we came up to get that grow off plant, I was like, man, I don't know how this is going to pan out, because we got everybody trying like any kind of farming, indoor, chemical fertilizers, not chemical fertilizers. About 2015, we stopped using liquid fertilizers in the field, and that came up with amazing results, super healthy plants, and carried through unbelievable terpene profiles that were coming out, and good, strong medicine. And nothing with an edge on it. It seems like
Sure.
whatever's grown. When we did the grow off plant, I have to say that it was in our area where we do research and development at, and research and development doesn't get quite as much of attention as like our mainstay for our field projects. And everything in the field is tried and true, and that's where most of our energy goes. And then in our greenhouse, we run it without the plastic most of the year, because after we get started in the spring, it gets so hot down here in Southern Oregon that we just have to leave the plastic off. The grow off plant, it didn't have any for liquid fertilizer added, except for a shot of green juice, which is made here on the farm. And
I love it.
Green juice is basically, we just stick our pruned leaves in a barrel and weeds that we pull from around that are in the way, and then let them ferment in there, and
With some water?
Yeah, water, and go ahead and drain off the juice in about a month or so, and pour it back on the plants. And
Diluted. And it's covered, right? Anaerobic.
Yeah, anaerobic composting. And
Okay, so when you say a shot, how much are we talking?
half gallon that
Okay.
mixed into probably 5 gallons of water, and
And the plants maybe got like a gallon or two of water each or something of that, the green juice diluted.
No, per plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And we're talking. I think our soil here, we just keep on. When we stopped using the chemical fertilizer, or not chemical when we stopped using liquid fertilizers. We'd never used chemical fertilizers here, but when we stopped using liquid fertilizer on the field, that our soil just started coming to I guess would say is the salts were breaking down because we had been using a liquid fertilizer for about a decade. And after using, and we're coming up with root rot problems. And but as soon as we stopped using that and resourcing to like other places for our fertilizers, most of our stuff is built here on the farm. We have marijuana going, and we also grow a good part of our own food. And when it comes to animals as well, we have our own meat chickens and pigs that live on the farm here, and we have a forestry program here. And I think it's all about the holistic stuff, that making it all work together.
Yeah, you truly have created your own environment. And I think that one thing that people kind of neglect is that they get some land, they think, I'm just going to throw a bunch of plants on it and it'll all work out. Are you doing companion planting? Are you, how are you approaching, the cannabis plant specifically within kind of this whole ecosystem that you have?
The ecosystem here, it rotates because traditionally we run a cover crop. When our wheat is not growing, that we try to grow another crop right behind it just to make sure that the soil is staying active. And
sure.
Because that every year we try to actually become better. We've gone through a lot of different styles of farming here. French intensive square foot gardening is what our garden looks like. We have 10-foot wide beds that are 130 foot long, and 6 of those to make up our main field, and with a space in between of about 4 feet. And this last couple of years, where we were like, "Whoa, it's essential that you do cover crop," we've been doing no-till, and our no-till program is involves a really thick layer of hay mulch, and the hay, we flake it off in cubes of the bale so that we can flip it as it grows. So when the hay starts to grow grass on it on the off season, we can just turn it over, and we call it rip and flip. It works great. We have so many worms now. So every time we think we got it actually figured out, we come across something like this. And that I would say companion planting happens on the fringe of our garden more than on within it.
I want to touch on something, and by the way, I think a lot of people are going to be ripping and flipping now. That is really cool advice. When you talk about making this, dramatic change away from liquid fert, what goes into the process of making a change like that? I know you're doing, you have this R&D area, but I think one of the scariest things for people is making a big wholesale change like that. So, how do you know when it's time to make those changes?
Like I was saying about our greenhouse being a research and development space there, that our garden's set up in 3 different phases. In the greenhouse is where everything starts out and gets started, and then moves into the field in its position, and which are the 630 foot beds. And then we have 2 other beds that are up front, and they're just a little bit smaller than the ones in the field. And we use those for when we come across something good in the greenhouse, we're like, okay, it's time to start phasing towards this. And it will do the front rows in our phase of transition to see if this really works in a bigger format. And then after it runs good in the front, we'll go ahead and transition 2 rows in the garden that are to make sure again that it's going to go even better in a bigger space. So it's a trial and error, and if it goes really good, by the third year we have something going, and we'll go ahead and transition that to the whole garden phase.
And I'd like to say that also you asked, like, when do you know, how do you know when you're ready for that? And I'd say part of that is just how you feel, what you want to do, what you want to get out of your garden. Do you want to have it be like a production thing that you don't really care about the quality? You're just trying to, make the buck, or are you trying to get something that's really, really nice that you want for your own medicine or for somebody else that you care about for their medicine? And then think about what kind of practices you want to put into achieving that, what you want.
And I want to ask a follow-up question, because I think that it's really tough in, kind of this commercial cannabis world where, there are tough decisions you have to make. And so I'm wondering how much the, retail side impacts, even the genetics that you're growing, the strains that you have on the farm. Are you, chasing what's kind of the latest and greatest? Are you sticking to staples, or a mix of both?
Good question.
Yeah. Our program is we like to produce a medical grade marijuana for the recreational market, and because marijuana is so good for so many things, that the medical profile, we are actually not even sure what might be good for another person. So we kind of keep our doors open for we keep our alternatives or our options open for new stuff in the field. However, like I said, you want to keep to your main stay, what you already have going that works good in the past, maintain that, and transition stuff in. And really what we found that if we try to say, that we don't want that at all, we may later be like, we should have went with a little bit of that just to check it out. But I think it's fair to say that it's worth trying something. And we do, after we have we have a long history in being able to figure stuff out here, and the excuse me, if we already know that something isn't like working good with us, we won't try that. But the fact is, we do want to be available for people that have a medical need, and so we make ourselves once again open for a wide spectrum of different plants. We try to grow traditionally about a dozen different strains in our garden, and our garden's about 3/4 of an acre.
Okay, that I think that gives somebody a frame of reference for what they have going on at their property. I'm curious, how many hours a week now are you spending just doing kind of the compliance work, all of the nitty gritty that goes into it that maybe somebody isn't thinking about when they're thinking about their dream of growing cannabis?
3 to 4 hours a day, I would say. But yeah, and we stay involved with it, and I'm always building dirt here, and the Meredith is on a regular basis working with our computer program Apex to keep us connected in with the retail market, and we have to always check on our cameras, make sure everything's up and going.
I'm not sure that it may be combined. Were you asking about compliance aspects only, or just in general?
Or just
what are we doing?
Oh yeah. As far as compliance goes, we could probably do it all in an hour, wrap everything up, and look at, make sure everything's going. That means checking on our cameras and whatnot, and
if we have like a, say for example, during harvest time, it is, definitely 3 or 4 hours a day just on compliance, like just making sure the plant tags are entered in and the plant, every bit of the plant got weighed, and then you have to go enter in totals. And then when you go to make a sale, the trans the transfer manifest that you have to do sometimes it takes quite a bit of work to get that together, depending on how many
during
orders
harvest,
you
we're
have.
spending 6 hours a day or all day throughout our harvest, working with the computer and in compliance. And then at the end of the day, closing off to come up to dinner table and then punch everything into the computer one more time, which involves a couple hours often.
I want to talk because I think a lot of people get into the business and, they find themselves working with family one way or another. It's people they can trust. It's people that they know will show up. What advice do you have for somebody who is working with their family in terms of, how to make things easier? Just any, little lessons that you've learned along the way. Trying
to have a schedule, I think, is really helpful. So everybody knows what time they need to be ready and also what time they can expect to be done, and breaks. I think those are really important things that help out. And with the family aspect, I guess also it helps a lot with meal plan. If you're all living together, if you have a little bit of a plan that's a cooperative effort for meals and also rest and relaxation.
Yes, and remembering to, give, when we're working with family or whatever, it seems like it's a lot easier for us to be more personal to each other. So I noticed that, like, my sister will say things to me that none of the other team will say. Yeah. To breathe and definitely be patient with each other and realize we always put out to whoever's working with us that, hey, listen, there's always room for us to work around whatever anybody's needs are. We're family business here, and there's nothing that we can't figure out how to work together. And if somebody needs some space or whatever, we can totally make that happen.
I love that approach. And I think that one thing that a lot of people don't think about, especially when they're making that transition from, maybe having a closet or a little room going at home, is that, you're not just managing plants anymore. You're also managing people. What do you look for when you're bringing somebody onto the team, or whether that's, somebody who's kind of more of like a plant tech to, trim crew around harvest season? What can people do to really stand out that are just looking for that opportunity?
Our team is what we are proud of the most in the whole, out of everything that's been accomplished here.
I love that.
We've had over 125 friends and family that have worked with us. Sometimes multi-generations. And this I really love. And anybody who's worked with us for any significant amount of time has the opportunity to learn everything that we have going on. We try to share with everybody what we're doing so that whenever they show it off to anybody, that they will be showing off a class product also, so that it just keeps on making us all better. And the thing I love the most about the whole project has been our working team. And
I just want to put in there, you can see the little sign up on the wall there. Positive attitude goes a long way. And just also non-smokers. We look for people who don't use tobacco. Those are two very basic things.
Smoking, tobacco carries the tobacco mosaic virus, which jump on the weed also. So definitely do not smoke cigarettes and work with cannabis.
Although smoking cannabis is encouraged.
I think that's great advice, and I think I'm now 2 months tobacco free. It feels great.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Nothing you
Kick
could have
it
done for
out.
yourself.
Good job. And
Thank
And people around you.
I have people call me on a regular basis 10 times a year. Somebody saying, hey, man, I'm so glad that I quit smoking cigarettes over at your farm, man, because it changed my life. And
maybe they never would have
Yeah.
if we hadn't have said you can't work here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There are so many different ways that this plant can touch people's lives, and what another great example of just, you know, the places that you get to create the spaces that you're in and being able to impact people that way. I want to ask, how do you take care of yourself? Is there, you know, a pair of shoes that you'd really recommend that are great if you're going to be on your feet all day? You have a great playlist, just something that kind of helps you, and kind of some self-care that you do during the day that you'd recommend for other farmers out there.
smoke 2 joints in the morning. That often happens. But yeah, I would say that what really you're mentioning shoes. For sure, we cover a lot of ground a day, 7 to 10 miles. And we're, so I'd say like a good lightweight, not necessarily jogging shoe, because usually they're kind of like white or whatever, but
And dirt gets in them.
yeah, dirt gets in through this. So I like I hate to just name brands, but I go for a decent shoe. Go get
Closed toe.
Yep, closed toe,
Supportive.
and
So you can wear all day.
long sleeves, because we're in bright sun down here, and in the last few years, smoke. I mean, we have to worry about forest fires, so not working in the smoky environment when possible, just stay inside
And stay hydrated, lots of water.
Ooh.
Regular sleep, if you can manage that, to have regular good night's sleep every night.
lunch break for sure as well. And
I like to do yoga stretching in the morning, every morning, but it's not for everybody. Some people like to do that.
yeah, we used to do a Billy Blake video.
Tybo.
Tybo. And man, that
Try to get everybody doing
yeah,
it
we
in the
get
morning.
the crew out there doing that, and yeah, it's pretty great.
Oh, that's such a cool way to just connect with your crew. And, you know, I can only imagine smoke a couple joints and get out there doing your Tybo, and you're ready for the day.
Your joints move better, man.
Those joints.
I want to ask, just kind of some quick hits, because I don't want to keep you for too long, but what's a technique that maybe you were skeptical of, but now you swear by, and something that you think is a little overrated that people do still, that you say, I don't think it's worth, the energy that people put in based on the results that they're getting out?
That no-till method for sure. We used to just laugh because it's like rotting hay on the surface, first off. And when it comes time to rot, or it comes time to harvest, you don't want any like rotten stuff going on around. But turns out we're not seeing any effects from that. And when you pull back the hay and ground that we used to have to till to get fluffed up, we can now bury our hand down into the soil almost up to our elbow without really doing any digging.
And there's worms everywhere.
Yeah,
so
you know many
what
worms.
That means worm casting.
Yeah.
So that no-till has changed things for us. We used to work ourselves in a huge way to till, and there's like a few words that after you've been exposed to them for the day, you're just like, you're only thinking those. And if you've been rototilling, it seems like every half hour you're just like rototiller. And and same with poison oak. If you get that,
Ooh.
poison oak. But anyway, the fact is that we love the no-till up to date. It's not to say that we might run into some problems with it here and that we'd have to change over, and we're not opposed to that. And
Like somebody does it.
yeah, overrated is definitely running to the store anytime that you think you need something.
I think that's the first time I've heard that, which kind of dovetails into my next question of what's something that you should never skimp on when it comes to it's always worth to spend a little bit of money on, and what's something where it's kind of the generics just as good as the fancy stuff, so don't waste money on it.
So the one thing to not skimp on ever is your greenhouse plastic and plastics in the field there. That don't go for the cheap Visqueen or whatever that from the hardware store, because it's going to break down and go into your soil almost immediately. And the greenhouse plastic, it's made to last 7 years or so, and without any kind of crumble and whatnot. And if you ever do get the plastic where it starts crumbling and breaking up, and you're like, man, how am I going to clean this up? Get your shop vac out, and that will help you. And don't let that go back into the soil if you can help it. And I would say, the one thing that what's good is the commercial or the generic is not the generic. And I would say maybe the bag soil program, if you can avoid the bag soil, going for like a bulk unit. And a lot of times that one of your local nurseries will make a soil that is good or even better than what you'd buy from a bag soil traveling across the country or something.
Very interesting. I love that you 4 decades in are like, I don't know everything. I'm willing to give, anything a shot. So, where are you going for, information or to find new things that you want to try that, other people should be checking out? Because I think sometimes it's hard, to find, new tricks out there. So I'm curious where you go to find, something that you want to give a shot.
Our area, we have a really good information source at the grow store. All of our grow stores in the area here are really resourceful in knowledge anyway. And then it's good to share with your friends. Again, like what we find out that works good, we are quick to share it just so that we can actually help other people, as well as it makes it good that the weed turns out good from our area here.
Mm-hmm.
If everybody's does, it really helps. So when I'm not afraid to ask my friends what's up or whatever, because or I'm not embarrassed to ask them, because we're all in this show together. And our daughter has been doing a lot of research, so we can research the dragonfly earth medicine. Actually, those folks
they have a lot of really inspirational ideas and practices that they're using on their farm, and you can check them out on Instagram or on their website. And we also have a large library of books that we love to resource.
Yeah,
look things up in there. And
I just, when I find a marijuana book, I go ahead and buy it and put it right in my library. And if nothing, I just be like, well, look how much different that is,
Yeah. So, hey, if you're watching this, get off Instagram and pick up a book sometimes. There's plenty of great information in there.
That's for real. Definitely. things seem to actually soak in better when you go with the book.
Everybody learns their own way.
Hey, and that could be actually, that's so true. We call a lot of our younger team Digi Crew because they're from the digital age, and they're smarter. They catch that stuff so often easier than I do.
Very cool. Well, hey, I want to let you get out of here, but I do have one last question, and it's something that we're asking everybody is, what's a goal that you still have for yourself in cannabis, something that you would like to achieve?
Our target for running the rec market was to provide a medical grade cannabis for the rec market. And we have an off-grid farm that has a lot of my goals in it. We're run on solar power for our cameras and our water system, and so we're reaching a phenomenal amount of goals. Our property is always transitioning. One of the things that I'd like a goal that I would hopefully come to, which kind of goes more back towards my wish list instead, and that weed farmers that would just get treated the same as a corn or bean farmer, and we don't have,
Man.
We wouldn't have to go through all the regulations, that people would figure it out.
Yeah, but I'd say we kind of feel like we're living a dream we had when we were in high school or whatever now, but it's still a lot of work, but we would really, I think, truly reach our goals in that high school dream world that we were in, that if it was legal across the country, it would just be liberating in a huge way.
It'd be awesome. It would be awesome if we could be a bean farmer or treated like a bean farmer.
Well, it's not a lot of people that get to say that, they're doing their dream job from when they were in high school. So that's very heartening to hear. Thank you so much for your time. I sincerely appreciate it. And this was great. And I think that everybody just learned so much. So thanks for being so open.
Thank you, Jake.
One more thing, man. Just if you're going to get into the marijuana business and whatnot, do a good job, but don't quit your day job, because fact is we see a lot of talent just get kind of sucked into the marijuana world. People thinking they're going to do great there, and we lose another talent because they get sucked into it. And I would just say, don't quit your day job, and you can start out growing a little bit of weed and see how you like it.
Well, tremendous advice as always. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Thank you, Jake.
Bobby and Meredith, thanks again. And I think you would be happy to know I am now 3 months tobacco free. Up next, we have one of my favorite interviews. It's just packed with great recommendations. It's our 2019 terpene winner, Lance Volrath. All right, we're joined by yet another winner. Lance, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for being here. I'm starting off, everybody in the exact same place. Want to know, how much experience do you have? Kind of when did you start doing this?
Well, I first started playing around with cannabis plants. Oh, man, it's been almost 20 years, I would say, in high school, and just kind of running off in the hills with some buddies and kind of seeing what would happen there. And then, it's been a full-time job for me since about 2008.
It's funny how many people got their start off in the hills or somewhere where no one else is around.
Just as a youngster, you had no other way to do it. You'd pick the seeds out of your bag and then we'd go spread them on a hillside somewhere and see what would happen.
Okay, so 2008 rolls around and you're like, I'm going to pursue this full time. Are you what's the scenario there?
2008, I was actually working for a low voltage company. I was kind of traveling all over the country, the West Coast, installing satellite internet systems. And when the economy tanked, my paycheck started bouncing the bank. And I quickly realized I needed to find another job. And I called my buddy out in Humboldt at the time, and I asked him to send me a shopping list. And I went down to the local hydro store, and the rest is history, basically.
Okay, so do you remember what was on that like initial shopping list? Because I'm sure it looks a lot different than what your shopping list would be like today.
Yeah, things have changed quite a bit. It's I actually do think about that from time to time. Back then, I mean, I was afraid to even go to the hydro store, first off. So I went next door to the bar, pulled out a cash advance on my credit card, didn't want to use the ATM machine or debit card machine or anything at the hydro store itself. And I grabbed a 600-watt setup. Oh, what did I get? I think a 600-watt for flower and a 400-watt for veg. A roll of Panda film to build a box. And I think I got an easy cloner machine. And I'm trying to remember what nutrients. I believe it would have been General Hydroponics back then.
Good old GH. Yeah, there were different times. So, that's where you get your start. What was your biggest kind of level up moment in early going? Something where you're just like, oh, if I've been doing this for the last 6 months, I would have been sleeping a little bit easier.
Yeah, so probably the biggest, when I first started making my biggest advancement, I would say that would have been, 2012, 2013. At that point, there were some great forums online, a lot of really smart folks that were getting on there, sharing information. And that's when I started doing deep water culture, which, gave me some of the best and worst crops I've ever had. But with doing that, I learned a lot. I switched over to doing a sealed environment. And that's really where we started to see the yield increase, from averaging around a pound of light. Now we're hitting, almost 2. And then, 2.25, 2.5, we've just kept pushing that, raising that bar.
I want to touch on this because deep water culture keeps coming up and it seems like it's, very polarizing. If there was one thing that you learned during deep water culture that you could pass on that's going to save somebody some headaches, what is it?
Oh, man.
Don't?
My first thing would be to look at some other options first, because it's one of the most rewarding ways to grow. I have zero regrets for learning it, but it is not very forgiving at all. So, root rot is a major issue. Once that sets in, it's a nightmare. So the biggest thing that I learned over the years with the deep water culture is everything's got to be clean, sterile, and less is more. You got to really keep that system very simple.
Okay, so you make the transition away from deep water culture. I'm really fascinated by how people make these what seem like massive decisions. So, are you doing a ton of research before you make the leap? Are you, kind of incrementally phasing away? Was it all or nothing? Because I think that there are a lot of people that may be sitting looking at a lot of hours and money invested into a deep water culture system, just as an example, and go, how do I know it's time to move away? And what's your thought process there?
It was definitely hard to kind of step away from, because like you just said, with that system, I ran that for a couple years. And by the time you really got it working, you've got so many bells and whistles that you bought to make it work, chillers, filtration systems to keep the water clean. There was just a ton of additional pieces of hardware that had to be purchased to really get that thing to work well. So, it was hard to move away from those reasons, but the biggest factor was just I would go from having the best yield of my life, the best crop, and then the next one, 3 weeks in, you'd get root rot and you would just have to cut them down and start fresh plants. I could drop in fresh plants and get them going faster than I was able to nurse the other ones back to health once that water went rogue. And everybody, at that point, deep water culture was kind of a big deal. A lot of the forums, there was a guy named Jack Mayoffer. And, most today, everybody would know Jack Mayoffer as the Jungle Boys. And, so they've kind of come a long ways. But what a lot of people don't realize is, in the early 2000s, Jack Mayoffer, he was one of those guys always pushing, always leading the way, very free with his knowledge, always putting it out there. And he was kind of the reason I got into deep water culture. And everybody just kind of kept having these same problems, and they jumped into cocoa, never turned back, for years. I saw the results they were having. And I just decided I had to make that leap.
I think this is an important moment to just talk about the, sunk cost fallacy. Just because you got a bunch of money tied up in something doesn't mean that it's working for you or that you have to keep going that way. Great piece of advice. We've been talking about money, and I want to know what's something that you feel like you never go cheap on. It's always worth spending a little bit more.
Honestly, I feel that way about a lot of things. As far as equipment and hardware, I'm one of those guys that I prefer to buy it once. I just want to buy the best gear that I can afford at the time, especially with the hardware, nutrients, things like that. I've kind of learned over the years I can pretty much make any of them work and work well.
Mm-hmm.
But your equipment, you just don't have time to have failures. So your air conditioners, your dehumidifiers, especially your air conditioners. I see a lot of people try and save a few bucks, and you lose any money you saved real quick if you have any issues along the way.
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm hearing you right, because that's always my follow-up question. Something that, you can kind of go with the generic and it's going to be fine. Are you saying nutrients, don't stress out about them as much, or you don't always have to be going and buying kind of the latest, greatest?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of hype behind nutrient lines. I think at this point, I think all these companies know what the nutrient profile required to grow a healthy cannabis plant is. And,
sure.
So they all typically have a great base nutrient. That doesn't mean that some of them aren't formulated from a better, more high-end salts and minerals and things like that. But I do think that at this point, for instance, Canna Advanced Nutrients, some of those are crazy expensive compared to some of these granular recipes that you can get for pennies on the dollar compared to those.
How do you feel about this kind of move away from liquid end products and kind of the cost reduction there? Worth it, not worth it?
Long overdue in my mind. I think, I think for a long time, with the value of the crop being grown, I think these nutrient companies got away with a lot. I think if people knew what their margins were through some of these periods, it's probably gross. I think for a long time, it was easy to buy into the gimmicks. There wasn't a lot of knowledge out there. You didn't have everything that's out there on the internet today, so you kind of went with whatever the hype was, whoever had the fancy artwork, the fancy labels, that kind of stuff sold real well, in the early 2000s and really even up until the last couple years. I think you're just now seeing a lot of these companies realize that that's not going to fly. This crop's starting to be treated as an agricultural crop. And, I think most farmers out there that have been growing any other crop would laugh at all the snake oil products that we've been spending our money on.
I think it's tough because while the internet has brought us a lot of information, it has also brought us a lot of information. And, I remember being on IC Mag and, all the old boards. Where are you going today for information that you can really trust?
Man, that's a tough one too. I used to love the forums back in the day. I was huge on IC Mag, THC Farmer.
Mm-hmm.
Those really put me kind of onto a different level of growing. The knowledge was just different back then. It was, everybody was risking their life, their safety, their freedom to grow this plant back then. So I think people took it a little more seriously. The knowledge was usually pretty good. Now it's a little trickier. You really do got to sort through it. There's a lot of marketing out there. The best thing you can do is probably there's still some good forums out there. I like the Bean Basement and what Capulator's doing there, trying to bring back some of those old style forums. And there is a lot of good information even on IG. You've got some of these nutrient companies, like Athena does a great job getting information out to their customers and really trying to educate them. A lot of the lighting companies are finally starting to do that. Lux, Grower's Choice, Troll Master. They're really starting to put some of the data behind it. PPFD, all these things. We didn't know anything about that 10 years ago. It was just hang a light, and pack them in there, and a pound of light was good. That was the baseline back then, and now guys are hitting 4 pounds of light.
All right, so we kind of talked about nutrients and lighting. In terms of IPM, is there anything that you've been seeing recently that's just blowing your mind out there?
We run a pretty heavy rotation in our IPM. We're a big fan of the BioSafe system products. Zach over there with BioSafe's great. Anybody in cannabis, he's a wealth of knowledge and more than willing to help people kind of get their IPM program set up. So we really like, Xeritol is a great product. That's one of our go-tos, especially in flower, as far as keeping the plant surface clean, sterile, free of pathogens, yeast, things like that. So especially on the license side, we've noticed a lot with keeping that yeast, the CFUs on the yeast count down, and that Xeritol has been huge for that. We don't spray a whole lot in flower, mainly just in veg. In veg, we run a pretty big rotation, though. We have everything from 24B products. I really like Lost Coast, Plant Therapy. Athena IPM is another great product. And then a lot of our other products, are going to come from BioSafe, Xeritol, Oxyphos. And then we run a lot of bioinsecticides, fungicides, things like that, Bavaria, Venerate, things of that nature.
Okay, let's shift gears for a second. I really want to talk about technique because product can only get you so far. And there are either people that are doing too much to their plants or they're missing kind of basics. I feel like a lot of that information's out there, but what was maybe something that you were skeptical of in terms of, just being hands-on with the plant that now you swear by?
Well, I think one of the hardest things to learn for folks is, topping and pruning, or what's known as schwazzing now. And there's different levels of all of that. But I think that's one of the hardest things for folks to get used to. I mean, probably for the first 10 years, each crop I would, defoliate and take a little bit more, or lollipop a little bit more. And that's probably been the biggest game changer as far as just quality of finished product, overall quality, and having nice, big, chunky buds. Not that it necessarily increases your weight a ton, but it definitely increases your weight where it's at on the plant. So versus, let's say you've got a 200-gram plant and having that weight distributed from the top all the way to the bottom. Now you've got all 200 grams right up top, which means you've also got nice, big, chunky, dense buds, which, in turn make your harvest a breeze. It makes your trimming a breeze. The bag appeal, everything goes up with that.
Is there an area that you think people just don't focus on enough, or it's the one thing that, they just kind of go, I'll get to it tomorrow?
I think that's probably a big issue for a lot of growers, lack of attention to detail. The environment is huge. Paying attention to that environment, the attention to the detail, keeping that environment perfect. For me, that's the biggest thing. I think that's the biggest factor where people see issues, PM, things like that pop up, and temperature swings, humidity swings. So really riding that BPD, keeping that sealed environment, that's probably, for me, that's probably the biggest factor, environment and genetics.
So what is somebody doing at home right now that they don't know is wrong that's leading to temperature swings or, causing their environmental kind of imbalances?
Well, for a lot of home growers, they don't have the equipment necessary to run a sealed environment. Grow tents are great. It's a great way for, hobbyists to get started, kind of learn. On the other side, it can be extremely difficult to dial in that environment. You don't always have the best airflow. You get condensation on the walls. So, a lot of them are air cooling. They're not, they're using a passive system. They're bringing in air and then exhausting out the heat in order to maintain temps. If you're doing that, you're not going to be able to regulate CO2. Your relative humidity is typically going to be way too low. The other issue you run, especially here in Colorado, is we have such wild temperature swings that if you don't have some sort of buffer between the air you're bringing in and warming that up, now you're bringing in ice cold air, you're causing temperature swings.
You're going to get, you're bringing in the PM, you're bringing in the bugs.
Oh, tell me about it. Colorado. Sometimes I feel like cannabis just doesn't want to grow here. I want to ask you kind of what's on your like grow wish list? Like maybe it's like a big ticket item or something where you're like, oh man, if I had a blank check, it'd be on its way right now.
So I actually just purchased at the end of the year. I got a big ticket item that I'm pretty happy about, and that's I finally pulled the trigger on a full environmental controller from GrowLink, along with their fertigation skid.
Hey, congrats!
Yeah, they've really come a long way in the last couple of years, and are really pushing the envelope as far as data and stuff like that goes. And so I'm extremely excited to get that set up. I've got electricians mounting the panels now, getting the skid on the wall, and my plumber will be in next week to kind of start plumbing up all the rooms. And that's really going to put us to the next level. I'll be able to run that grow remotely. I'll be able to get online, look at the data, see the graphs and tables, temperature swings, humidity swings, moisture content within the medium. So we're really starting to focus on, learning how to crop steer and kind of put that into play in our facility.
I think automation is one of the most interesting things because we're hearing more and more about it. And, there is one of the biggest elements when you're going from, kind of being a hobbyist into more commercial ag, especially indoors, is having a team that you have to manage. So tell me a little bit about what you look for if you're going to bring somebody in, and what are some skills that people can have if they're looking to make the leap?
So we keep a pretty small team at our facility. I've got a 7,200 square foot facility. We've got 5 30 light flower rooms, and we produce about 80 pounds every 2.5 to 3 weeks. And we managed to do all of that with 7 people.
Nice.
So what I'm really looking for is people that are just passionate about what they do, people that truly enjoy growing this plant. They want to learn. And, that's the biggest thing. And then from there, obviously, work ethic is a major thing. Our hardest part is just finding people that can maintain a fast pace. People that, obviously we all like to consume the product, but I think sometimes that gets in the way of folks and their abilities. So we've had some issues with some folks that, think they need to be ramped up on 1,000 milligrams of edibles before they come into work. And that doesn't work out so well.
I guess that's that might answer this, but maybe more kind of broadly, what's a big red flag for you if somebody, is coming in the door? What's something where you're like, oh, this probably ain't going to work?
Yeah, that would definitely be one of those red flags is people that, don't understand how, when and where to medicate and how to not let that affect their work. Another red flag is just looking for patterns, people that are constantly showing up late or constantly needing time off. I just don't have a lot of time for excuses. At the end of the day, the plants don't care, rain or shine, we've got to be there. Somebody's got to be there 365 days a year. And so I need people on board that understand that.
When somebody's coming on the team, would you rather have a total blank slate or like decades of experience?
Honestly, probably somewhere in between. 2 years ago, I would have told you I probably prefer somebody with zero experience so that I could make sure I teach them just the way I want it done with no bad habits. Since then, I've learned that there is an advantage to them at least having some experience and some knowledge. Just because there's a lot to learn. And, if they've got a little experience, they kind of know what they're in for. A lot of folks think, the honeymoon part of the job wears off real quick. A lot of folks come in, they think it's going to be great. We're going to be walking around smoking pot and taking pictures all day. And that's just not the case. I mean, it's hot, it's 80 degrees. It's, it's 70% humidity. We're moving at a very fast pace. And, when we're on a 2.5 week turnaround, there's no downtime. I mean, I can write down on a calendar what we'll be doing every day for the next year.
Yeah, it always blows my mind how many people think farming is going to be easy. I guess, what do you do to take care of yourself in the grow? just to make sure that those, long, hot days don't get the best of you?
Well, I mean, for me, luckily, I've been doing this a long time, so it doesn't bother me much. If anything, it's people are always looking at me weird on the street because with 5 feet of snow on the ground, I'm still walking around in shorts and a t-shirt because where I'm now it's 80 degrees every day. Aside from that, it's just I have a work hard, play hard mentality. So I get in and we grind it out during the week, and we try and I try and spend my weekends with my family, with my kids, get out snowboarding, skiing, things like that, clear my head. We just keep good morale at the grow. That's part of why I like a small team. Everybody knows what they've got to do. Nobody really has to pick up the slack for anybody else. So, it's just a good fit, and we all get along well. And, we always try and we still make it fun.
All right, if somebody's watching this at home and they're like, "Man, this sounds like fun. I'm gonna go grab some clones and give it a shot." Well, what piece of advice would you have, just in general, to somebody who maybe has never grown a plant before in their life, but is like, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give it a shot."
Well, first, I think everybody should. If you consume, I think especially with our laws, they allow you to grow your plants at home, and I think everybody should try it. I think. It's a great hobby. You can learn so much from it that crosses over even into your vegetable garden or whatever. But it's just, at least for me, it's therapeutic. I mean, I enjoy it. It's, I have my commercial grow, and then I still have my 6 plants at home just because it's therapy. I like to pop seeds and see what's in there, look for new genetics. So I just really enjoy it. Everything about it.
This is a good question, because I know a lot of people that have, kind of what they have going on at home, and then they go to their commercial grow. How do you make sure that you're not, bringing in anything from the outside, or, making sure that people that are coming in your facility aren't doing the same?
Yeah, so that's definitely a concern. Here, what I do at my house anyways is typically I take care of these plants at night at the house. And that way in the morning I get up, shower, I'm in clean clothes, and I go to work. So there's not really any issue of contamination, versus if I am going to contaminate, I'm going to bring something home from the grow and bring it home to the smaller grow. If I'm going to take the risk, I'll take it on that side. As far as employees go, that's tough. It's, we put policies in place. I can't tell them what they can or can't do at home. But we do try and make sure that they all have clean practices. Everybody's got a pair of shoes that they leave at work that are only just their work shoes. And I kind of try and teach them the same practices. Don't get up in the morning and go in your garden right before you come to work. Take care of that the night before. That way, when you get up in the morning, you can shower, put on clean clothes, and not drag anything in, and then in the summer months, you got to worry about that as well. Just, walking through lawns, dogs, animals, things like that. But that is why we have such a strict IPM program. And it seems to work. We manage to stay bug, mold, and pest free.
That's really good advice. Have a pair of shoes that you can leave at work and make them ugly, comfortable shoes. Because nobody's seeing you. They're staying at work. Have something that's comfortable, because you're going to be on your feet a lot.
Yeah. A lot of time on your feet.
All right. I'm going to let you get back to your day. Just one last question. What's a personal goal that you still have for yourself in cannabis?
Just always trying to, push ourselves to do better. We strive to grow some of the cleanest and the highest quality cannabis in the state, and that will always be our goal. And, so we're always trying to just push the boundaries. We're trying to always stay current with the industry and the trends. I love the technology, the data. I think that's one of the things that kind of got me into this early, was the ability to never really reach a plateau. If you put forth the effort, and especially now with the technology and all the crop steering data and there's just so much data that we can collect now with the environment and know exactly what's going on in those rooms 24 hours a day, that it opens up so many windows. So it's just, it's crazy to me that, just 10 years ago, a pound of light was great. A lot of folks, if you could hit that pound of light, it was good. Then it was 2, 3. Now guys are up at 4. So it's amazing to see how far we've come and how far we've still got to go. With not only are the yields up, but now we're pushing those boundaries with strains that typically aren't good yielders. Where it's not like we're growing big bud anymore. That's these big 2-liter pop can nugs. So just to see where it's all going, watching what everybody's doing, to see a lot of the folks that were around on the forums 10 years ago and seeing where they're pushing things. I just love that side of the community.
Yeah, it feels like a big family once you've been in it long enough, and I think we're all pretty grateful to have this big dysfunctional family that we've got. Hey, Lance, you're the man. Thank you so much. Congrats again on your big win, and we look forward to seeing you again this year.
Absolutely, we'll be there.
Thanks again, Lance. Some great recommendations in there. Up next, we're going to talk to another breeder, the man who is making it happen for our very first Massachusetts competition, founder of Green Team Genetics, Tom. Tom, thank you so much for being here. How are you doing today?
Good. How's it going, man? How are we doing today?
I'm excited because we've been talking to a lot of growers. I want to talk to the people that are behind what they're growing. So this is a perfect opportunity. It was first time being involved in the grow off coming up this year. I want to hear like the backstory. How'd you get into this? How long have you been doing it?
Well, I started growing just to grow about in maybe 2008, 2009. Over time, the hobby, it turned into more of something that I wanted to do as far as breeding and making new strains. So, I would say between that time, maybe about 5, 6, 7 years, I was focusing on making new strains. And then I think the first release I ever had was about 2016. We released the Cookie Pebbles and the Milk Bone, which were are still the most popular strains that we've released to this day. And from there, I guess just things keep stacking, keep elevating, and that's where I'm at now. Working on new stuff.
I want to talk about that because it's like I feel like the world of breeding can be real rough like that, where you can start on a high and then you're kind of like chasing that dragon. So what do you do to push yourself and to really build on that success that you've had?
One thing I don't do is chase the dragon.
Yeah,
because that's the thing. If you chase the dragon, you're literally. I mean, not to say that you don't follow trends. You have to follow trends whenever you're doing anything. But if you're breeding specifically to meet trends, then I feel like you're always one step behind. And to breed for that sole purpose, to try to come up with something that, people are going to get hyped on. I don't know. I feel like I've only had it happen a few times, whatever. And I feel like it feels better when it happens organically rather than when you try to make something that people are going to eat up. Like, it's just, I don't know. I don't breed. I guess I don't breed to try to live up to any hype. There are a lot of hype cuts that I use. Hype meaning that they're popular, amongst pretty much everybody. But I would say that I use those cuts and try to make them different or a little bit better. But trying to chase the dragon never works out for anybody.
Amen. You just got to constantly be innovating. I wonder what's it like being a breeder on the East Coast versus what you see going on the West Coast, where it seems like it's there's a lot of the kind of hype and people really, it seems like circulating kind of the same things.
For sure. The West Coast market has been, in business a lot longer than the East Coast, so they have a completely different, market setup. It's been different over there. I feel like in a lot of ways their market determines what's hot over here. I think it's just like anything else, like with trends, like in fashion or anything, music, things that are popular in a certain area. They take off from a certain area, but then they become, popular everywhere. Girl Scout cookies, all those, strains, the Sherb, those all came out from California, and those are like staples amongst people that, that breed and grow, even on the East Coast. So, yeah.
What was it like making the transition from growing to breeding in terms of investment, time, space for somebody that's like, I've been growing for a while, but I'm looking for a different kind of project now?
It all depends, like what you want your outcome to be. When I was growing, I first started growing initially just for the purpose of having quality flowers to smoke, because the stuff around me was just overpriced and it was garbage. And then, from that, you start buying seeds, you look up to these breeders, you buy their seeds there, you grow their flowers, their genetics, they come out amazing. And over time, sometimes you'll find that you like something and you wish it was something different in a certain way, or you want to improve on it, or, this would, how I wonder how these two would be matched together. And, I guess it started all just from, kind of curiosity. And, then from there, when you actually get into it, it's like anything, you either kind of like it takes to you and you enjoy doing it, or it's something like, I'm all set. And in most cases, I would say the difference between growing flowers and growing for seeds, like it hasn't really, there's no difference for me. Like I don't grow. Whenever I'm growing seeds, it's not like I grow my plants or let them get in any worse shape than I would grow them like when I was growing my flowers. I feel like whenever you grow your plants to the best of your ability, you'll get the best results, whether it's for seeds or for the flowers.
I think there's a lot of like paranoia around starting breeding projects for a lot of people because things can go wrong. What do you do to kind of minimize and keep preventing contamination, things like that?
I mean, with breeding projects, it's pretty much, I guess you have, you don't have to have a certain thing in mind, but whenever you're breeding, like you kind of want to pollen. Whenever you're breeding kind of with males, females, the pollen literally gets everywhere if you're breeding and you're trying to pollinate. So like there's no way to kind of really grow a plant amongst the other plants that you're flowering without seeding them. So it's kind of something that you have to kind of look into as far as if that's something that you want to do. And I think that's the biggest thing that growers don't know if they want to do, whether they want to transition from growing to flowers to growing and making seeds. And under the right circumstances, depending on whatever market it is, growing seeds can be just as fruitful, if not more fruitful, than growing flowers. So,
all right, I think that's really interesting. I think everybody knows what they're looking for out of like good flower, but what do you look for in a male?
So many things. I mean, I guess what I was taught is that whenever you're growing and you're looking for a male, it's the same thing. You don't want to have any kind of intertrait issues as far as with a female plant. You'll grow a female plant and it'll cluster up and that's when it hermes. When male plants start throwing pistils, that's their sign of showing intersex traits. So that's what I make sure that trait doesn't pop up. And I'm very rough on my plants, especially the males during testing. Whether it be cutting back the feed on them, giving them less water, higher temperatures, lower temperatures, because I feel like you need to kind of see what plant performs the best under overall conditions. Because if you have plants that are, weak during let's say a plant can't handle colder temperatures, then that tendency usually passes off to the offspring. So it's not something particularly that you want, especially when people grow outside and, under different conditions.
I think another big challenge is breeding for things like resistance, whether you're talking about mold, mildew, things like that. How do you approach that?
To be honest, I don't breed with that in mind. My main goal whenever it comes to breeding is to kind of breed unique, flavorful cultivars. That's the biggest thing when it comes to cannabis for me is the taste. Taste and terpenes, I feel like, are much more important than people realize when it comes to the effects of cannabis. And having something that you enjoy, tasting or inhaling is much more of a, I guess that's a much more top priority for me than somebody who's probably looking to breed something, for people who grow in greenhouses that's PM resistant. Like I obviously look to try to find that trait, like, with plants that are, more resistant to PM and stuff like that. But that's not like the biggest thing for me. The biggest thing for me is taste.
Word. All right. So it seems like there's a ton of data that goes into this. Like, it's one thing to do the breeding, it's another thing to be able to keep track of all of this. You have any advice for people or things that you use that help you kind of manage all of that?
To be honest, no, I don't really have the greatest advice because, I mean, with me, it's on such a small scale, but doing everything yourself, you have to be very organized in order, to keep track of things, what males you're using, where, all that stuff. But I feel like, when it comes to that, I think that's the best advice for anybody, is just kind of be organized with whatever you do. And that way, there's nothing to question if there's anything fruitful does come out of it.
All right. What's like the biggest change that you've made over the last few years that you're like, oh, if I just been doing this, it would have saved me so much time?
I would say that in the past few years, ever since kind of I've been focusing on my company and the seed company, since I do everything myself, I've become a lot more antisocial because I just don't have the time to hang out with people and do things. I'm still trying to build up a company and build, keep the company under the, I guess the principles that I started it with. And at that point, I guess that's what is the biggest holdback for me, because if I threw those principles out the window, I'm sure I could cash out. But it's just not the thing that I'm looking for. So.
No, I think that's really good advice for people, is that once you're in startup mode, it's not easy. You are going to not see people a lot. You have to be able to, kind of be self-supporting in a way too.
For sure. I think that's with anything, any kind of whatever dreams you have, the more time that you put into it, hopefully the more you'll get out of it eventually. And, you have to kind of dedicate a lot of your free time that you would spend on other stuff, doing stuff that you probably don't want to do, but in order to be successful, you have to do it.
Was there a big level up moment that you had either early on or something that you can point to and just be like, yep, that's when things really started clicking?
No, I'm hoping that my level up moment hasn't come yet. But I would say this, that, there have been really, really cool things that have happened, whether it be, people that I looked up to, whether they be athletes, musical artists that have tried my strains. That was big. I would say the biggest thing like that though is Jungle Boys out in California. They ran one of our strains, the Milk Bone, which was tremendous. Seeing how a company like that, a really successful company that's ran by somebody that I actually used to look up to on the forums, growing my strain and it getting the response that it did, that was an amazing thing. And things like that, whenever they do happen, it's just, it's something to enjoy, because there's not really a price you can put on that when you see artists that smoking something that you created. And even if it doesn't make me rich or anything like that, but it's something that's really cool to see.
Oh, that is just one of those wow, I'm here.
Yeah.
I wonder who are resources or mentors that you really trust and look to when you're trying to figure out kind of next steps or just what's going on? Who out there do you trust?
I would say that when it comes to anything with my company or anything like that, I pretty much rely on the same people that I would rely on just in my life, whether they do this or they're in this kind of business or not. My family, whether it be my dad or my brother. Then there's people that grow and have been growing for a while, and I see other seed companies, local seed companies that I know. So I guess just pretty much the same people that you trust. And that's who I just bounce my ideas off of, the people around me that I look up to and that I respect their opinion.
Yeah, I think people can get wrapped up in thinking that cannabis you got to find a cannabis person in every single industry. And, the people that know business. In terms of technique, is there something that you were skeptical about until you tried it and now you swear by it?
Not so much skeptical, but like I when I first started, like I was just straight organic soil and I wouldn't like deviate from soil at all. And a lot of people were growing in cocoa, and the growth in cocoa is just much more vigorous because there's the actual, the delivery to of nutrients to the plants is a lot quicker, but it's a lot less forgiving too. So if you don't know what you're doing, then cocoa is obviously not the best bet because soil is a better buffer. But since I actually, am familiar with growing, when I tried cocoa, like I tried that and I've never gone back. I mean, I still grow some plants, here and there, in my mixed soil, but overall my plants are grown in cocoa now.
I wonder, what's something that you always are willing to spend a little bit more money on, or that, you just like, people should never go cheap when it comes to blank?
Genetics. I feel like not to say that people should be paying crazy amounts of money. I just think that when it comes down to genetics, a lot of genetics that are not as tightly and not as common, or not as commonly held by everybody, they don't get even close to what they should. As far as seeds, I know that there's a lot of companies that charge crazy amounts for seeds. So, but I feel like quality is just the number one thing when it comes to anything for me. I feel like if you want to smoke flowers, I'd rather have a small amount of really good flowers than a whole bunch of mediocre flowers, or and I think that goes the same with genetics that you start off with. You want to use reliable companies or people that actually have a good track record of doing what they do and putting out what they put out.
No, that's really good advice. I'm curious, when you say like crazy amount, like give people a ballpark. What if they're spending, how much money they're overspending on seeds? I
think so. As far as our packs, like green team packs retail for about $120, $150, but I've heard of packs that have sold for thousands of dollars, and because they're limited edition or because this and that. And at the end of the day, those packs that sold for that kind of money also like had the worst like herm rates or germination rates, and it's just, you just pay for whatever you're paying for. If you're paying for hype and then you don't get what you want, like don't be disappointed that you paid for the hype. That's what you paid for. So
yeah, that's the truth. What's something that like you think the generic is just as good as what people are paying the big bucks for?
I mean, nowadays the nutrients that they have available, if you grow, with synthetic nutrients, they're dirt cheap. So I feel like, I don't know really what you could, that I feel like there are certain things that you could cut. You can go and spend less money, but I don't know what that would be really. Like, I just don't have any recommendations.
That's fair. I think some of the things you're paying more for the marketing than the product that I see out there nowadays, but we don't have to get into any specifics on that.
I agree with you on that.
What's the biggest mistake that common mistake you see people making that's easily fixed?
The number one mistake, and I would probably say that I was guilty of it when I first started growing, is overwatering.
Oh yeah.
Just overwatering was just so easy to do because, like the more time you spend in your garden, it's like sometimes the plants just don't need water every day, depending on, what stage they are. And, when you overwater, it's like that can definitely be detrimental. And when I started letting my plants dry out and then watering them, I got great results. So I would say that's the number one thing.
If somebody's watching this and they're like, they've never touched a plant before, what's just some general advice that you would give them if they don't know anything, but they're thinking it looks fun?
Read a book, because that's how I started. Before I started growing, I literally was so interested in it that like I read 2 or 3 books, from front to back and all over again, just because I felt like I wanted to know everything before I started. And I think that if you have a genuine interest in what this is and what growing, as far as growing cannabis, growing cannabis isn't just like, throwing some plants out in the garden and seeing what happens. You can do that and you won't, sometimes you'll get great results, sometimes you won't. But I feel like there's just a lot of things to take into account when growing cannabis, and, reading online, doing any kind of research beforehand would be the most ideal thing before spending any money on anything.
What's a personal goal that you have for yourself that you still want to achieve?
At one point, I want to open up an animal sanctuary. We'll see how that goes.
That's dope.
That's after, after I can build Green Team up enough and get enough money, then that's when I'll open up an animal sanctuary, and that's what I want to do.
All right, you heard it here first, folks. We got the next Tiger King right here in the building.
No. I don't want to be buying no tigers illegally and all that, and I don't want no Netflix show. I just feel like animal sanctuaries or nature reserves, all that stuff, like those are dope.
That's the best answer we've had yet. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for being here. It's really cool to get just a different perspective on everything.
For sure. And thank you for having me for my first interview. I'm sure it went, but hey.
Oh, you're great.
Nah, it was cool. Like I said, I felt comfortable talking about everything, and I'm definitely excited to be a part of the grow off and see how everything, goes down with that. I think anybody who's going to be participating in the competition for the Massachusetts competition will be very, very excited.
I'm excited to come home, man. I can't wait to get back out there. Thank you again for being here, and we'll see you soon, just a month or so.
Yes, sir. Yeah, clone intake. I can't wait to meet you guys in person and, see you there next month.
Can't wait to get out there. Very excited for our first time going east. Let's keep this rolling along. Next up is our 2019 Potency winner all the way from Palisade, Colorado. Brent Stewart, everyone. Hey, Brent, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me.
We're so excited to be able to talk to past winners, really kind of catch up, but also tell their origin story, if you will. So let's just start at the beginning. How long have you been doing this, and when did you really find a passion for growing?
I've been doing it for quite a while, man. It was like 2003 probably was my first harvest. It was the Super Bowl Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake had their big debacle. I was trimming and I missed Janet. So I'm always sad about that, because I was trimming my first harvest literally. I'm like, oh, it's halftime. I'll just start trimming. We'll be fine. So 2003 probably was when I started. Just in college, I was tired of buying bad weed. I was pretty confident I could grow bad weed. So I gave it a shot. And turned out it was something that I really loved and took well to, man. I had a knack for it. So, yeah, got me through college, paid the bills, and here we are.
What was the passion that you found in it early? And what can people expect to know if they start doing it and, like, this is happening? Hey, keep going. But, if you're just starting and you're like, this part sucks, you're never going to like it.
At the end of the day, it's farming, it's growing. So things can happen or rise. You can take every precaution to get the stars aligned right. And at the end of the day, Mother Nature will find a way if she wants to, So just give it up. I mean, for every good plant I've had, I've definitely had a bad plant and killed the plant. And that's just the nature of the beast. So, if you can't beat yourself up about it. Starting today would be much more daunting because good cannabis is everywhere. So it's kind of easy. I can't do this, I'll just buy it. But trial and error, I worked in the grow industry at a hydro shop, and I always told people your third grow is your first grow. You're going to take lessons from those first two and apply them to that third one, and you should be off to the races,
Your third grow is your first grow. That is beautiful. That should be on a shirt. I love it. I think that a lot of people today, don't really understand what that old school hydro store culture was, where it was a place for information to disseminate, and you meet a lot of connections. Whereas nowadays, it feels like everybody does things over Instagram. So can you talk a little bit about what you picked up just being in grow stores, and maybe some good advice for somebody that was starting out that is going to a grow store for the first time and might feel a little intimidated by it?
Yeah, man. So it can definitely be very overwhelming, especially when you walk into some of these big grow stores and you see the hundreds of lines of nutrients and different lights and this, that, and the other. My biggest advice is just, I don't know if we've all heard the acronym KISS, but keep it simple, stupid. It really holds true with growing. You can get as involved and in detailed as you want, but keeping it simple always works best, and it's always worked best for me. So that's my biggest piece of advice, is just to keep it simple. And as you learn, you can add more things and get more intricate, but just picking a simple nutrient line and a good soil, or if you're in hydroponics, just a good simple nutrient line that doesn't have 15 different things to add. It's the biggest place to start. Find something that's got one base nutrient for your grow and your bloom, and then a couple of simple additives, flowering additives, and start there, and you'll generally have good success. A lot of these companies nowadays have set up feeding schedules and things like that, so they've taken a lot of the guesswork out of it for us, which is really nice for beginning growers, because you have a place to start. It's not like, well, here's your nutrient, good luck.
I think, in my experience, one of the biggest problems that new growers run into is when that feeding schedule on the internet, for whatever reason, isn't working. They're like, I'm doing exactly what it's telling me, but something's off. So, where do people go to find the answers to these questions? And what are, resources that are out there for them if they feel like they're doing everything right and something's still going wrong?
The biggest thing to me that I've discovered is a lot of it is environmental. That is when I had a lot of my mistakes. Environmental was being overlooked. Is it too hot? Is it too cold? Is your reservoir, the water in your reservoir, if you're doing hydroponics, is that, water temperature is key. And then pH is often real commonly overlooked. I found that when I was working in the hydro shop, people would come in and I'd ask, what's your pH? And they're, what are you talking about? And pH directly relates to nutrient availability. So if your pH is too high or too low, your nutrients are not going to be available. So that, I think, was the most overlooked step that I came across. But environmental is huge too. I mean, is your light too intense? You have a giant HID DE on your clones, that are just cooking them. There's just little things like that you learn along the way if you don't have someone there. But a lot of these grow stores are happy to help. They all know we're growing cannabis now, so you don't have to go and say, oh, I've got my tomatoes here. What can I do? You can say, I'm growing my granddaddy purples and it's giving me the business, dude. What can I do? And these guys have taken that time and energy to learn the nutrient lines. And so ask those guys questions. Don't feel bad going in there asking them questions. That's what they're there for. So finding a good hydro shop.
Great advice. And I think that it has just been a total sea change compared to when I started. And these were very hush, like you said, you go in and you're asking about your tomatoes. To stick with the, thread of learning, where are you going to, consistently improve and to get new information? Do you have mentors, or, even if it's just an Instagram feed where you're like, oh, the stuff that they put out is really interesting and, I'll learn something, as opposed to just watching a bunch of people arguing about stuff.
And that is so much what the internet is. I'm definitely a firm believer that you can learn something from everybody. I've been growing for almost 20 years, and I there's no way I know it all. So you might hear information from somebody that but keep asking them questions. They might give you a tip or a trick that will, this one little facet improve my grow. So you can always learn something from everybody if you have the mindset of I know it all and this is the only way to do it. You're just going to miss out on improving your garden or increasing your success.
When it comes to those little techniques, can you think of something that you have instituted over the years that you were initially skeptical of, or like, this is never going to work, but now it is like something that you do every turn, every time you're flipping, you're doing this, or, every time you're taking clones, you're doing this?
So the one that I was really standoffish about, it's fairly new, 3 to 5 years, is the Swaze technique. I'm not sure how they pronounce it, but it's just a heavy defoliating. To a lot of us that know plants, it's counterintuitive because the leaf is what creates photosynthesis, which is how the plant feeds. So to me, I was really hesitant, but I've started doing it, and not every variety, but some varieties take really well to that stress technique, and it really has improved my yield on some of them. At work, we have a Girl Scout cookies that it doesn't really do a whole lot for. Allows some light to come through, but doesn't improve your yield a bunch. But that's the most recent one that I've come across that I was like, oh wow, we'll continue this. The other one I did was super cropping or topping, just to create more branch sites. It was just a simple, easy trick to help you fill up your space. Because if you're a home grow and here in Colorado, you're only allowed so many plants, and so you want to maximize your potential. And so topping or super cropping will make the veg take a little bit longer, but you're going to fill up your space and in turn increase your yield. So those are two of real simple techniques that anybody can do, that make a big improvement in your grow.
Yeah, Schwazen's come up already, and I think topping is one of those really like intro level things that you can do that you are just going to see great results from. I think one of the problems that I see with a lot of young growers is that they try and do too much to their plant. They get in there and they want to be just managing every node on this thing. What advice do you have for somebody who's probably spending too much time with their 6 plants?
Again, man, I'm going to go back to just keep it simple. It's hard not to do that because you want to. It's a very valued plant. You spend a lot of time and effort and energy and love into these things, and so you want to make sure that they go to their full potential. But yeah, just keep it simple and yeah, you don't need to spend hours a day in your garden, especially if you're just doing your little tent with 3 to 6 plants in it. An hour a day is plenty. It doesn't mean you can't sit in there and bask in their glory, but you don't need to do
it. The grow off's all about getting this, brand new plant, and you don't know what it is and kind of figuring it out along the way. Can you talk to me about what your process is when you're introducing a new plant, new genetics? What are you looking for? How are you helping it adapt to your system?
Each one is unique into its own right. I very much assimilate it to grapes. Certain grapes grow better in certain regions. And that's going to be true too. Your environment creates how well your plant's going to go. And some like it warmer, some like it colder, some like a little less light, 11 hours instead of 12 in your flowering cycle. So there's just different things that each variety will be more susceptible to. So again, your third grow is your first grow, especially with new varieties, because you're going to have to see how it adapts. Does this thing stretch 3 feet when I put it into flower? Like the Silver Mountain that I won with, it stretched so much in flower. I was like, oh my God. So I learned that I don't, I can take my 6-week veg down to a 4-week veg, because that stretch is going to happen in flower. So it's just growing it, taking notes is I think a really big thing that a lot of people don't do. Data is everything in life, like we all indulge. And so I don't remember everything as well as I could. So I write it down, and that's been a big help to me, so I can go back in 2 months, after I harvest this and see how did it react when I put it into flower? How did it react when I topped it? So keeping notes is, I think, a big help for me.
Do you have any advice on just how to keep all of that organized and, being able to, actually have that information available to yourself? I mean, are you just using like, notebook from Walgreens? Are you using spreadsheets? What techniques do you use to make sure that you do have all of this information available to you?
I'm very much a old school pen and paper guy. So I have a notebook that I just write down, and every day I date, the date today, and anything that I write down on that date stays in there. And then I can flip back through it as need be, and it's dated and time there. So to me, it's pen and paper, but I mean, we all have computers in our pockets with Google Docs, that you can create spreadsheets. Guy that works for me he's big into spreadsheets, and that's how he does it. So it's kind of to each in their own. A lot of the younger generation is much more technologically advanced than I am. So, notes in your phone is will work just as well. I think it's just more about what you're comfortable with. I'm definitely old school and just pen and paper, that's how I do it. And organization is not necessarily one of my strong points. So, we all can improve, and that's where I need to.
The biggest upgrade I could recommend is just a waterproof notebook, because you never know what kind of hell those things are going to go through. The cool thing that I've seen, especially younger growers do, is taking pictures, because every picture is just dated, and so they could go back and go, okay, on this date, and it really helps you dial in times with plants too. I thought that was really cool. Are you in there photographing a lot, or, how are you kind of collecting this data outside of a notebook? Because I know there's so many, different ways.
Photographs are great, man. They say a picture's worth 1,000 words. So, notebooks can only tell you so much, but a picture you can identify a pest or a problem. Especially if you're a new grower. Like when I was at the hydro shop, I told people all the time, you can't bring your plant in, but you can take pictures. And so, if you got a bug or a mold or mildew issue, you can take a picture of it and show it to one of those people at the grow stores, and they can help you identify it, because the chances are that they've seen it all. That was one of the luxuries of working at the grow store, was I got the experience of other people's problems. Which is kind of shitty in one aspect, but it was great for me because I didn't have to deal with the headache. I could just help other people get through it. So that was good. I think pictures are a great way. I don't take them as much for documentation as I do just for the weed porn of it, because we all like looking at our crops. But no, pictures are a great way. And like you said, they're time stamped and everything, so it's all right there. And who doesn't like looking at pictures?
All right. So if somebody's walking into the grow store, what's something that you think that they should never go cheap on? It's always worth spending a little bit more money when it comes to what? Lighting.
I mean, that's everything. If you're indoor, we're trying to match the metal halide in the sky, which we can never do. But that is going to be your core of your indoor grow, is your lighting and your environment. That's everything. We're trying to recreate 72 degrees, a light breeze, plenty of CO2. How you achieve those things is going to depend on how you set your garden up. Some people have a little gorilla tent that they have to manage a little bit different, and some people build out their garage or their basement. So it just kind of depends on how you're setting up your grow. The guys at the hydro shop are there to help you with that. But don't skimp on your light and your environment. The nutrients is definitely, if you're going to cut a corner, that's where you could probably go with a little less,
Okay.
Some people will argue that nitrogen's nitrogen and the plant doesn't know. I think where you source that nitrogen or calcium or whatever from makes a big difference, but nitrogen's nitrogen to a lot of people, and plants don't seem to know. I've used a lot of nutrients at the hydro shop. They always sent us samples, and they always did well on some level. Some definitely outperformed others, but lighting and your environmental, your fans, your exhaust fans, that kind of stuff is really where you want to not skimp.
Okay, that's really good advice. What's something that is on your grow wish list right now? One thing, you get a blank check, you go out and get one thing. What are you upgrading or just checking out for the first time?
Shit. For me personally, if we're talking work, I would be automating watering. I mean, we hand water, which it is great in the sense that it gets us in there and it forces us to be in there and look at every plant. But automating watering would save me a lot of hours during the day. So if I had a blank check to go in, I would be automating my watering. But that or lighting, updating lighting. It's technology changes so fast that you get a light and 2 years later it's you're behind the times. So just investing in a good light is always a smart thing to do.
Right on. I want to hear a little bit more about your team, because I think that's part of going from a micro grow or kind of like a home grow situation into a commercial situation is you're responsible for plants, but you're also responsible for people. Can you talk to me about how that transition was for you?
Yeah. So, prior to this, I came from the retail world, so I was used to managing people. But yeah, as a grow manager, I'm only as good as my team, because I have a list of other things outside of the garden that I have to maintain. And so you need a really strong team behind you. And thankfully at Colorado Alternative, I've got 3 great guys in Ty, Tyler, and Jonah they're just awesome, and they don't stop. They're on to the next one. It's easy to get in there and get overwhelmed and taken back and just want to look at the plants like, oh my God, this is amazing. But there's no time to rest. There's always something else that needs to be done. So having a good team is key. You're only as strong as your weakest link. It's very much true. And I've got 3 great guys now that just step up and crush it. And so you gotta the grow team, they have to have a love for the plant. There's plenty of people that I've had come in the grow that just see it as a 9 to 5. They don't have the love for the growing. I started doing this because I loved watching it grow. It's just very rewarding when you start something and then all of a sudden it's in your jar and you're consuming cannabis that you grew. It's ultra rewarding. And so you just got to have a good team that is there to listen and have the love for the plant.
I think you can't start anywhere else than that. And I think it's really interesting because, there's some people that want everyone to come in as a clean slate without too many preconceived notions about, how to grow, what the right way and wrong way to do anything is. Then there are other people that say, hey, I want some, base level knowledge about cannabis plants and what a growth cycle looks like, what healthy plants look like. What are some skills that you think are really important that, anyone needs before they walk in that door with a resume?
Just knowing the life cycle of the plant is huge. If you don't know when to do things or when things are happening, you're just going to be a lot further behind. So I look for that home experience, and people that have the mindset of like, this is how I do it. But I'm able to adapt and change. I've taken clones, I've transplanted, but I don't have to do it the way I do it. There's more than one way to skin this cat, so to speak. And my way is not necessarily the right way. It's just the way that I do it and how I've been successful at it. So finding people that can adapt is a big part of it. And even your home grow experience can be huge. That's why I tell these people when I interview them, I ask them, tell me about your home grow and what have you been doing? Because if you come in there with no knowledge or at all, I've just got to spend too much of my time with you, training you and teaching you. So just the basics of the life cycle of the plant, I think are the biggest thing that you need to know.
And conversely, humans are one of the biggest, carriers or potential contaminants of a clean grow. So, how are you making sure that people aren't bringing what might be going on in their home garden into your commercial garden?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So I have my guys, we wear scrubs. They have a pair of shoes that is left there at the grow. It doesn't go home, you're not going out hiking in the woods and tracking that stuff back in. So, being conscious about what you're taking in the grow is huge, because I mean, cannabis pests are small. I mean, aphids down to a russet mite, they're microscopic. You can't barely see them with the naked eye. So one of them stays on a shirt that you went hiking with on Saturday, and then you wear it into your grow on Monday, and you've just started the downfall. So cleanliness is next to godliness with indoor gardening, just in all aspects of it. So we use scrubs. Anything that you're going to wear in the garden needs to stay at the grow. And we have people that do the laundry for us and things like that. And so I think that's a big overlooked step that people don't take account for. It's just like, why can't I get rid of these aphids? Well, you go home and work in your rose bush and wear that same pair of clothes back to your garden. You might be bringing aphids back with you. So, cleanliness is next to godliness. That's a big tip for growing for sure.
You're part of commercial grow. How often are you talking to the retail side and making decisions about what you're doing based on what consumers are looking for? And if you give me an example of kind of a time that's come up for you recently, that'd be great.
I mean, I'm constantly in contact with Ashley. She's our she manages our bud bar and is in charge of that. And at the end of the day, we are working retail. We work the grow, but we grow this for our customers, or for our med patients. We're a med grow. So, being in contact with what people want is huge. There's no point in growing a bunch of stuff that nobody wants, So, we're in constant contact. The biggest thing that I'm seeing is the cartridges, man. I personally am not a fan of them, but they are really, really taking a big chunk of the market. They're discreet and people love them for some reason. So that is something that we're kind of working on and trying to maintain on our shelf at all times is our cartridges from our products. But no, I mean, if you don't have what the customers want, they're not going to come. They're going to go find it somewhere else. So being in tune with your rec store or your med store is key. It's huge,
I think the change to, carts and really just extracts in general has been, something that over the last decade we've certainly seen. Is there, a way that has changed fundamentally what you do, from trying to, really bump up terp production to just strain selection for strains that tend to extract better, versus some where you're just like, as soon as these go in, it's just a nightmare, to, are you doing, do you have freezers now for doing, live resin, anything like that, where it's kind of changed how you operate, especially when it comes to kind of that post-harvest? Sorry, I know that was a lot of questions in one.
No, I mean, the getting a cryo freezer was a big step for us, because then we can maintain those live runs and do that. And that's where a lot of that terpene is coming from. To my knowledge, the extraction is still kind of foreign to me, but that was huge. There's definitely, some strains do better than others with extraction for sure. We have at Colorado Alternative, we have a bunch of old school cuts that we've had for the 11 years that we've been open. Our Master Kush does really well with extraction. It's our highest testing one. I think my highest test was 29% on that, and so our extractor really likes that. He really, that's his favorite to work with. He gets the best results and yields from that. But yes, the variety that you're running will make a huge difference as to, your return on your concentrates. And so, yeah, just like wine, some things do better than others. So you just gotta know what you're growing, and what you're sending over to your processor.
All right. Is there a piece of gear that people can go out and get that's going to make their life a little bit easier? Whether it's a pair of shoes that are just going to be comfortable all day you're standing around, to some shears, to like good earbuds for listening to music, anything that you would recommend to just help people improve their quality of life a little bit in the grow?
Yeah, I mean, a good pair of scissors is definitely key. That's probably the tool that myself and my crew use the most, from pruning plants to physically trimming and harvesting. So definitely don't skimp there. Yeah, I mean, a solid pair of shoes is definitely a big thing, because you are on your feet all the time, up and down. So being comfortable and being able to stand for several hours at a time is huge. Piece of equipment that I would recommend is, yeah, I mean, I love my Fiskars, man. They're a great scissor. I've been using them for years. So that is probably the biggest thing is yeah, a good pair of scissors, because that's, what they're using more than anything.
Hey, listen, anytime you can say that you've had something for a few years in a grow, that's worth every penny. All right, I want to know, what's something that people should be checking on more frequently, something that they might not be looking at enough, swapping out enough? Where's an area that people could just be a little bit more diligent and they would see some pretty good returns from it?
Oh, man, that's a great question. I think lighting, especially, if you're using LEDs, you don't need to change your diodes. But if you're stuck with those older HID lights or even your DEs, replacing your bulb, I think, is often overlooked. And then actually replacing the hoods that your bulbs are with, because the shine you can actually lose some of that reflective capability after so long, and there are products out there that you can maintain it, but I think those are often overlooked. I know when I first started growing, I mean, I was running bulbs way longer than I should have, and then you change them and you're like, oh my God, this plant got way more than it did last time, and that I think is often overlooked. There's the HID bulbs, there's gas in those tubes, and they're only meant to run for so many hours, where the spectrum of light is ideal for plants. After that, they'll still fire and they'll still run, but their spectrum of light is not as intense and is not as beneficial to the plant. So you're just not gonna have as much of a return on it. So swapping out your bulbs, I know, it's an expensive cost, but it's worth it in the end, I think.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about, trying to, think about environment when something is going differently with your plants. And just think if, you woke up and the sun was 50% off, you're like, oh yeah, we would notice some impact from that.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what's a piece of advice or just something that people should know if maybe they're like, hey, I'm super inspired. I want to go out and I'm going to get some clones and I'm going to go to the store and get some lights. What advice do you have for people, maybe more philosophical as opposed to like do X, Y, and Z?
Well, when you're acquiring genetics, I mean, genetics are everything in this game. You could be the best grower in the world, and if your genetics are not there, you're just not going to produce good cannabis, Yeah. So that I think is huge, is knowing where your clones or your genetics is sourced from. And then just having fun with it, man. At the end of the day, especially on your home grow, you're doing it because you love it. You love cannabis. So just enjoy it, have fun with it, enjoy the ride, the trials and tribulations. Like I said earlier, Mother Nature's going to find a way. So, if there's any growers out here that tell you we've never had a problem, I'd be willing to bet that they're lying. If I had $1 for every plant I killed along the way in the beginning, I'd have quite a stack of dollars. So um, that's just going to be natural, and don't beat yourself up because you killed a plant or you got spider mites and it overtook your grow. Take that lesson and apply it to the next one, and just try and have fun with it, and remember that it's a really rewarding thing. And yeah, just enjoy it. That's probably my biggest advice is just have fun.
Yeah, there truly isn't a feeling like, just smoking that first harvest that I still have a jar of, that harvest from, years ago that I keep around because I'm like, I'm always going to have a little bit of it here. And it's, but you crack it open and it still smells pretty damn good. Against all odds.
Oh yeah, I'll never forget that first grow. It was Big Bud. I can't remember the breeder we ordered it from. I think Mark Emery's, me and my buddy Nate from Out of My Glass. So shout out to him because that's where I started. If you need some good glass, check him out. But yeah, we just you got to have fun with it. If it's not something that you enjoy doing, as growing, if it's not something you enjoy doing, then it's probably going to be a stressful thing, and you should just continue to buy your cannabis from the store.
Yeah, that's the nice thing is people don't have to grow it anymore. If it's not fun for you, luckily there are some alternatives in most states now. I want to ask you one last question, and something we're asking everybody. What's a personal goal of yours in cannabis that you would like to achieve? Small, large, whatever something is still out there that you want to conquer.
Oh man, well, getting this was huge for me. So that was a big check off. I always knew I grew good cannabis, but that was, for me, it was like, oh, maybe I do belong here with these big dogs. So that was a big check off for me. As a grower, I think you ask any of us, we'd all love to have our own grow and do it for ourselves. So that would be an ultimate end goal. I really love working for Colorado Alternative Healthcare, and they're a great place to be. But I think at the end of the day, any of us would like to work for ourselves. Whether you're a mechanic or a grower, you'd love to have your own shop. And so I think that if I had to pick a end goal or a goal that I haven't achieved yet, that would probably be it. But I am happy at Colorado Alternative. They've allowed me to get a lot of experience and knowledge and grow, pun intended. So no, if that's probably the thing that I haven't achieved yet. I did my caregiver grow, but nothing on a retail level. So that would be my next goal to achieve, somewhere in the future.
Oh, that's awesome, and I wish you the best of luck pursuing that. Brent, thank you so much for joining us. This was so fun, and I think that we at least got a few T-shirts out of this. If you want to drop a link in the chat room.
I might have to. I got some guys over at Handmade Apparel that can whip that shirt up for us real quick. That's not a bad idea.
Love it. All right. I love it. Thank you again. Just sincerely appreciate you making time. I know how busy you are.
Cool. Thanks, Jake.
Brent Stewart, give it up for him. Next up, we have a man who is no stranger to taking home some trophies. Our 2020 California Commercial Potency Champ from Talking Trees, Craig Najedli. Hey, everybody. I'm joined by Craig Najedli. Craig, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Stoked to be here.
Hey, we're stoked to have you. I'm really excited that we get to talk to all of our winners, and I want to just start at the beginning. So how long have you been growing, kind of commercially or otherwise?
Yeah, I started growing in about 1998, kind of like 2 lighter home grow style, and then kind of just kept working my way up over the years. And I'd say kind of hit the commercial level of growing, kind of like mid-2000s, mid-2000s, 2008, 10 is kind of when I got, bigger scenes going, more lights and more outdoor cultivation going on. So been growing for a while.
Back in those early days, what was one of your big level up moments, something that you look back at and you're like, oh God, if I had just been doing this differently, I would have saved myself a year?
I guess one of the biggest level up moments was like getting my first warehouse, like getting out of a home grow and into a commercial space for cultivation, and putting up a dozen lights was kind of like, all right, now we're taking it to the next step. And then also getting a property. I kind of waited a while on getting a property in terms of going onto the outdoor scene. So got a little bit of a late entry into that where I could have started about 10 years earlier, but all things happen in due time.
What was the big, I think that's a tough thing for people to know, like, hey, when am I ready to go make that jump to 12 lights? What was the driving force behind your decision?
Well, I'd say driving force was financials, trying to scale up and afford to be able to grow more. And then also just like being ready and willing to take the risk. Obviously there's a lot more risk involved. The lease I had on that building, because I'm in Humboldt, explicitly said no cultivation allowed. And then, on the outdoor side, you had the risk and fear of getting busted. And so it's like risk versus reward type, evaluation of like, how much do I go into this versus I could lose it all. So, it was a fine balance back then. It's kind of nice those days are behind. Can, rest a little easier at night growing these days.
Oh, for sure. So what was, a challenge that you didn't see coming when you kind of scaled up?
The challenges with scaling up, I guess, would be having to bring more people on board and dealing with people and how to, in the, traditional sense, like get through the season. And, most of it back then was, you bring a worker on and they would get a percentage versus paying them by, weekly or hourly or something. And so as the farm got bigger, it's harder to have multiple people on that type of level. And so just like having to deal with, HR, human resources, payroll, paying people, and not knowing if you're going to get through the season. That was definitely, it was risky.
Yeah, I think that it's one thing dealing with plants, another thing dealing with people. What do you look for when you're building out a team in somebody? So if somebody's watching this at home and they're like, man, I really want to work with talking trees. What are those characteristics of somebody that you really are looking for?
Yeah, definitely like number one characteristic is good vibes. The person has to have a good vibe.
Yeah.
Everything starts with attitude. And then second to that is communication. You got to come to work with a good attitude. You got to know how to communicate well, ask questions where needed, pay attention to, pick things up on your own. I really like people that are kind of self-motivated and kind of don't need to be micromanaged. Having to micromanage people is kind of counterproductive to hiring them. My philosophy in other businesses and every business I've ever had is if I hire someone, it's like that person needs to pay for themselves. They're put in a position where they need to help the company grow, be a valuable team member in order to like pay for themselves. Because as an employer, whenever time you hire someone, it's like, ooh, it's another expense. And what I learned in my skateboarding and apparel business is like whenever I take that jump, that person, if they're adding value, they pay for themselves. And so those attributes, lend to someone that's qualified and pays for themselves, basically. And then you get lucky sometimes. I was going to say, you get lucky sometimes when you hire someone that brings in more skill than, say, I even had myself in a different attribute, like paperwork or Excel or bookkeeping, things I don't like to do. And so when I find someone that can excel in those places that I don't want to do or don't have those skills, it brings even more value to the company as a whole. So I really appreciate those type of people too.
That's really good advice, is that, you're hired to do something, but you never know which skills you may have that can help contribute to the company kind of outside of that position. I want to follow up and, I'm really curious. I think there are a lot of different opinions about how much expertise somebody should have. Some people really like a blank slate coming in. Other people are like, hey, you could have, 40 years of growing experience. That's something I value. Where do you tend to fall on that spectrum in terms of experience level and what people should know about the plants coming in?
Yeah, totally good question. It's kind of like two tiers there. First off, I'm always kind of turned away by anyone that calls himself a master grower, because there's no such. You and I have a lot of experience. I have a lot of experience, but nobody's mastered this. There's new information, new nutrients, new things around cultivation and growing. It's always evolving. So nobody's mastered it. Some of us are more experienced than others, but I shy away from someone that calls themselves a master grower because I don't know, there might be more ego than talent there in a lot of times. And then, so, when I'm looking at, I have a pretty big operation, I can't manage it all. So when I'm hiring a manager, I want someone that's done it all, that has been in there, potentially had their own farm and just didn't make it through legalization or something, but pretty much has a skill set that they could go hand them the keys to the farm and they could run it from start to finish, versus when you bring in kind of assistant labor and, people that are helping, the scene. Some people think, oh, I've done it this way. I worked for this guy, did it this way. And like, it's kind of nice to just have a clean slate with people that are just there to learn and work hard. So it's a little bit of a balance depending on like where they're at on the work level, but managers love to have good experience. Entry level, it's kind of good to have a clean slate and are just there to learn and kind of more focused on what's going on there than, oh, I've done it this way and start kind of putting in too much of their 2 cents, which might not be how we do things. So a little balance.
Yeah, there's definitely too many cooks in the kitchen. I've seen it grow after grow. So, when it comes to learning yourself, I think it's always really important that we talk about kind of where we learn things, where we find information. Who are some people that you would consider mentors or just resources that you really trust when it comes to picking up new techniques, strategies, genetics, anything? Open book.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's one person in particular. Actually, I'll give props to Jorge Cervantes, if I'm saying it right. His grow books. They're really colorful, just great grow books. I remember years ago, whenever I'd hire managers or new help, I would just go buy them that book and be like, look, this is your reference material. If I'm not here and you got a question, this book covers a lot of good details. But otherwise, it's like, anyone. They could be a newer grower or a more experienced grower. Everyone's always learning things by trial and error. And so it's just good to have an open mind and know that anyone can be a teacher. Even my new guys that I might hire to do something that aren't experienced might, come up with an idea or notice something. So, to me, it's all about just observation, experimentation. And, there's always so much learning to be done in cultivation and understanding the plants and new developments. So I try to learn from anyone and everyone that's working with plants where we can.
All right. So when it comes to technique, was there something that you were initially skeptical of and then you tried it and now it's the only way you do things?
Technique wise, I was lucky enough when I first started growing, I was assistant to a friend of mine that was, really into it and really, really tried to grow the best weed possibly could in the late 90s and very small scale. So I learned a lot of just great information from him in terms of growing organic soil. And in terms of like techniques that were like, wow, super cropping was an interesting one back in the day where you just kind of like twist the stem and kind of break up that cartilage inside and then, starts to, create more plant. Otherwise, I think, plants are a lot like humans and humans are a lot like plants. And so it's balanced nutrition, variety, don't overwater, don't underfeed, don't overfeed, just kind of like just following kind of how you would live a healthy life for yourself is kind of how a plant wants to live in balance. And so just understanding that type of thing. There's a room to experiment, but I can't say that there's anything that's just been like blown me away that I tried and wouldn't try otherwise. So I don't know.
On the flip side, was there something that you tried and were like, this is a little overrated or just doesn't work for us?
Well, in the communities, in the grocery stores, they'll be like, oh, this is the new product. You've got to try it. Everyone's having mega results with this. And a lot of times, maybe there's a result there. There's so many other factors in play that I would say like the advice of like, you've got to try this product. It's going to change everything. I can't say that I've had a product that like changed everything. One of the best techniques that I apply and just try to really pound into my crew these days is just pinching the tops, bending and just like really trying to be on top of that from clone phase once there's roots in the plant and just kind of pinch those tops as often as possible, about once every 10 days, just to like let the plant, expand its vegetation and budding sites. So that was probably like the technique that I learned a long time ago that I really try and just keep on my crew to be on top of, because, no one wants to grow a single bud plant, and it's all about grooming it from a young age up and just kind of keeping that, especially if you're going outdoor in a bigger plant, you can pinch so many tops over the vegetative state that you can really increase yields and just get more bud sites. So I'm all about pinching.
Okay, I want to follow up because I think, you can definitely get caught into like the grow store hype. There's always something new coming out, the latest, greatest. What's something that you feel like is always worth spending a little bit more on, and that people shouldn't cut corners with, whether it's a product, a fixture, anything? Just, hey, don't go cheap on this thing.
I mean, you shouldn't go cheap on anything because you get what you pay for. But for me personally, it's all about the nutrients. And I personally have never grown with salts, and I don't really do soilless mediums, even though potting soil is basically soilless. But I've always just been super into the expense of growing in soil, whether it's potting soil or native soils, which is very rare. We do a little bit of that outdoor, but just being in soil and using the organics as much. Actually, all we do is organics, and there's more cost there. There's a little bit more labor in moving soil in and out of indoor rooms. We try to reuse it multiple times before we get rid of it. Outdoor, we use it and continually reuse it and always amending it. So for me, it'd be nutrients and just growing in soil, which is a little more costly than, say, hydro and stuff.
Okay, so if you have like a blank check, what's on your wish list? Something out there where you're like, oh man, if I could have this, it would be amazing.
Yep. Right now it'd be LEDs. There's a lot of hype and good talk going around the LEDs. So I would love to just transfer all my lighting to LED, but it would totally make sense if you can afford the upfront cost. But that would be my first on the wish list, is going LED and seeing if all these results that friends and peers are talking about are happening now. The lighting has developed so much that it seems to be the way to go right now. But that upfront cost is 4 times more than HIDs currently. So
are you currently using HIDs?
Yeah, we mostly use the double-ended and our indoor, and then different lighting on veg and nursery, kind of just what we got around. And I got a bunch of the iGrows, which I don't recommend, but very overpriced lighting that I just happen to have fall in my lap. So we're using those in the nursery. I mean, they're nice lighting, but they're very overpriced for what type of light they are. I'm not even sure if they're still out on the market.
I think lighting is one of those areas too, where a lot of people have talked about, you can try and squeeze too much out of a bulb and you're going to start noticing, diminishing returns on your harvests. Can you speak to that in terms of, how you treat lighting when you're swapping things out and how to know?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little tough too. I mean, I think by and large, historically, it would just change the bulbs once a year, every third run. Sometimes maybe I'd let them go a couple more. Couldn't say that I would notice diminishing results. I think with lighting, it's all about, the heat that fixture is putting off and the proximity and closeness that you can have the plant to that lighting will diminish or increase results. So like with these, high pressure double-ended lights, there's your canopy spacing from the lighting to the top of the canopy is like, elongated. You don't want it closer than 4 foot or you're going to start burning tips, versus like if you're using a 600 single ended, you can keep that canopy a lot closer and not get that burn and help increase results, versus, just the lighting and the difference of the lighting comparable to how close it is to the canopy. Like LEDs, you can get really close too. So kind of maximizing that spread versus like these double endeds where they're so hot and it's so intense and they need more distance from the canopy.
All right, I want to get into a little bit about what you're growing in general, because I think that genetics plays such a big part of what's going on right now. How often are you taking into account retail considerations when it comes to, what you have in the garden versus, hey, we kind of do what we do because it works for, what we're running?
Basically, retail consideration drives our whole cultivation scene these days. Yeah, it's, we're always at this point just trying to pheno hunt, pop seeds, find new things. Unfortunately, with the way the market is, it's kind of all about potency. So, we're geared towards trying to find strains that test over 25% THC. There's great strains that we found that I like that don't test there. We're not necessarily producing those on scale yet, but we're kind of keeping them in the catalog to have on deck for when, this whole buying by THC hopefully diminishes in time as the consumer gets more educated that there's more to a plant than just THC content. So we are kind of, driven by the consumer demand for high THC, and then also just trying to find new strains and shy away from strains that everybody's growing, because then there's more competition when you're presenting a menu. Like, oh, I can get ice cream cake and Blue Dream from 20 other growers. So trying to find more unique, new pheno hunted strains is always nice to have something different on the menu that people haven't seen. So we spend a lot of time popping seeds and pheno hunting for our next season's crop.
I think that pheno hunting can be super intimidating to people because it's an involved process and it's really a lot of data collection, things like that. Are there tools that you use throughout that process to help kind of keep track of everything and figure out really who your winners are?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just keeping track of the data, when you pop a seed, you automatically number it as soon as that seed's big enough. That plant's big enough to take a cutting off. You take a cutting off of it, so you have it cataloged, whether it's male or female. So just kind of starting the process off by being able to replicate and have that plant later, at your first couple of times we did it, like especially with looking at males and breeding and stuff, we either took the pollen but didn't keep the male, or somehow we didn't keep the cuttings of the female after they flowered because we didn't think it was going to be something great, but then it turned into be something great. And so you wind up having to re-veg a flowered plant that takes months. So just kind of cataloging and labeling everything as you go, and then just making sure you keep, a cut of it so you have it to replicate has been crucial. And then, also in the pheno hunting, pheno hunting, maybe people think of hundreds or thousands of, seeds popping, but you can, if you're dealing with good genetics, you can pheno hunt from 10 to 20 seeds, we've done that and got 3 killer strains out of like 10 to 20 seeds. So it doesn't have to be, a huge pheno hunt, obviously you're going to find more variety and potentially more winners, the more seeds and the more pheno hunting you do, but you can do it on a small scale and still find some really killer stuff that you don't have to go crazy out of your way and pop hundreds of seeds to find.
All right. I want to ask you kind of just some more kind of broad philosophical questions. First one, what's the biggest mistake you think that you see, especially new gardeners making when, they're just getting started?
Habitually overwatering. Almost every gardener, even if they're experienced. I still go to gardens, and even my crew go to the gardens that they've been working for years. I'm like, dude, overwatering. The more you can water a plant, more frequency, the more you can feed a plant. And so if you overwater, you're already just cutting that cycle back of trying to be able to feed the plant. It's like, if I drank too much soda or too much alcohol or even too much water, I'm going to be bloated and not optimal health. So overwatering is the number one fallacy I see almost every gardener, cultivator doing.
I love that this comes back to your think about plants like people. What works for, if it wouldn't work for you, it's not going to work for the plant. That's really cool. What's something that you do to kind of take care of yourself in the garden? Just, kind of either like physically, mentally, advice that you would have for people that, to get them through what can be really tough, long days.
For me, I just love being around the plants and just observing them. Anytime I'm in the garden or around the plants, it's just total observation mode. The only way you can determine what to do, because there is no cut and dry black and white on how to handle every plant in strain in a garden. So it's like just being super observant of what's going on and just being present with the plants. They're they're, they're connected beings in a sense. Like there's studies done. There's a book called The Secret Life of Plants. So they actually get really connected to the person that's taking care of them. So I think just connecting with the plants and just, that goodness of being in there kind of eases a little bit of that pain of 110 days and being out in the hot sun. And of course, just, bending with your knees, not at your back, and just kind of proper handling and maintenance of any work site, just being present in how you move your body and bend properly and don't overlift and take your time and be observant.
All right. And then what's something that everybody should know just before is somebody's watching this, they're really excited. They're like, I'm going to go grab some clones and get a tent and I'm in. What's something that just broadly they should know before they even get started down that road?
You're thinking like on a personal cultivation or on a commercial cultivation?
Personal.
It takes a lot of attention and time. I mean, you can't take a week long vacation and just leave your plants. It's like having a dog or a child. You have to be there. I mean, sure, if you set it up on a hydro automated drip, you can get away, 3-4 days or something. But like, if you commit to throwing up a garden, especially on an indoor garden, you got to commit to being there pretty much every day.
Yeah, otherwise you wind up asking some friends to come over and check on things, and then you come home to a dead garden, and you're like, "Oh man, that story is old as time."
Yeah.
Outside of the grow off, just what's something that you're really proud of that you've done in the cannabis space?
I mean, I'm proud to still be here and in the legal market and somewhat thriving. So I mean, pretty stoked to have made that transition, which was definitely nerve-wracking and scary, and totally independently owned, no corporate or financial backing, and just seeing the license fees and the costs and the insurances come through, like, oh man, how's this going to work? And so now it's it's hand to mouth in a way, but it's working, and so just surviving has been kind of I'm thankful for that.
You're still here. Well, and then, maybe this dovetails perfectly into my last question. What's a personal goal that you still have for yourself out there doing this?
My personal goal is just always to continue to try to grow better flower and just always try to win, no matter what scale we get to, or keep expanding cultivation to just make sure that the product we're producing is as good as it can be, as clean as it can be, and just really love, trying to grow the best quality cannabis we can. And, there's challenges that it doesn't always come out as we would want to, but, got to learn from mistakes and learn how to do better. And every strain is unique, and learning techniques for each strain. So just always trying to do better is kind of my goal. Can't ever get complacent.
Absolutely not. I appreciate the good vibes. Craig, thank you so much for joining us here today. It was a pleasure getting a chance to talk to you.
Awesome, man. Love the grow off. It's such a fun competition. It's just like really enjoy it. It's, I think, our third year being a part of it. I think third year. And just a fun little friendly thing to do with our fellow cultivators. So
and that belt looks really good back there.
Yeah, we're pretty stoked, and I think I'd give that belt attributes to growing organic. And, we've noticed we have really high terpene and potencies lately. We might have the hugest yields, but we are quality focused with the organics, and, more sugars than salts, I think is lending to some results and some cups back behind me. So the belt is probably the coolest one. Everyone comments on the belt. So great job on that one.
Oh, well, good job to you. Congratulations again. And we'll see you this year.
Thanks. Definitely.
Thanks so much, Craig. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Now, these next two guys are truly special people who I am honored to call friends and excited to work with year after year in California. 3 years in California now. Where does the time go? Please join me in welcoming Daniel Hendricks and Nat Pennington. Nat and Daniel, thank you so much for joining me for our very first little digital conference. We've worked with you guys for so many years. It has been such an honor. So I'm really glad that we have a chance to talk today. Let's just start off. How long have you been doing this?
A long time. I've been cultivating and actually breeding in Humboldt County since I think 1997, 98, getting my start. So about 25 years.
Yeah, I don't know. Whenever I was a freshman in high school, I guess that you couldn't probably join the industry right now, fresh in high school, but maybe if it's a family business, I think that's like about the only way you're getting in at that age legally now. But it's a growing any plant that's pretty rad. I think it starts there, keeping your house plant alive.
Yeah, I think that that's a really interesting perspective to just think about, cannabis as any other plant. So if somebody wanted to, maybe start thinking about breeding, is there another plant that you would recommend that maybe is a little less, the stakes aren't quite as high, that they could kind of treat as like a practice run?
I mean, tomatoes, right? They always say that. That's pretty accurate, right, Nat?
Yeah. I mean, plant breeding in general is pretty complicated. And honestly, because cannabis breeding is really kind of in its, it's been happening, and the work that's been done all around the world is incredibly significant and incredibly relevant in the whole cannabis industry the way it is today, or community, I'd like to say. But as far as just simply taking a plant that you appreciate and another plant, another, strain that you appreciate, and bringing them together and creating something new and unique, cannabis is actually one of the most accessible ways to do that. It's just, you're going to end up with like kind of a bunch of mutts essentially. And we compare cannabis breeding to dog breeding a lot because there's so many similarities. Like mutts can be the best dog you've ever had in your life. And there's nothing that says that a dog is going to be better as a purebred, but it's definitely going to be the way that you expect it to be as a purebred. So if you're doing this kind of in a hobbyist way, then you wouldn't mind having a not purebred offspring. You wouldn't mind kind of having a mutt. But if you're breeding for a commercial grow, you want the purchaser of those seeds to know exactly what they're getting and to know what to expect that, it's going to produce. Kind of,
Sure.
like Daniel was bringing up tomatoes, you don't see tomato farmers buying tomato seeds that are going to produce cherry tomatoes and slicers, and they're just going to, hope they get, a good amount of all. They're specifically growing for, sauce, or for, slicing tomato, or for cherry tomato, and cannabis is kind of, that's a big effort right now in cannabis breeding, is to make seeds so that you can plant a whole field and have the whole field be exactly what you're expecting, exactly, the slicer tomato that you want. And but as a hobbyist, I say just go for it, because you never know. Like, some of the greatest cannabis genetics in the world they almost all are mutts, to be honest, and they're mostly reproduced clonally. And when you have a mutt, obviously we're not cloning dogs, but like if we did, you might get a mutt and be like, this is the best dog ever. I'm just going to clone a bunch of it and have, sell them for top dollar. And that's essentially the way clones work. You just, because plants can easily be, a rooted cutting as a clone, then you can do that. And so those are kind of the difference between, it's the way I look at it, is it's kind of the difference between, being a seed company and being a genetics company. Because if you are just focusing on creating a new genetic that can be cloned, that's sort of one effort. And if you're trying to make a bunch of seeds that are are like reproducible, uniform crop of of something that's marketable,
Right.
that's another goal, kind of.
They're different breeding objectives.
Yeah, basically.
So, and I think the breeding objectives is something that we like keep coming back to in this conversation. So I think that when I think a lot of people know what a great female cannabis plant looks like. What are you looking for in a male?
I like timing. What do you like, Nat? Like, it's like I kind of always try to first focus. Like, there's a couple factors. One, I'll try to focus on when is the male flower like come to fruition? Does it come like in a good sync with the female? And try to like not get the early ones and not get the late ones. And then, you know, flower size. There's the like classic rub the stem. I think, yeah, whatever you're doing, you want to be like methodical and take a lot of notes about just what you did, you know, document. It doesn't even have to be notes. It can be photographs. So that way you can go back and kind of like compare like, oh, wow, this one that I thought early on was just like the best one. It kind of wimped out in the end or whatever. Trying to sync those like females and males together as a little marriage.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, that is basically the way it's been done for many, many years. You know, the way that it seems people are doing it more and more, and we've been doing a lot as well, is not having a male necessarily. And there's some kind of like, you know, it's a little bittersweet because that's the way that we've always done things with males, but making feminized seeds, you don't have a male component in there. You essentially exclude the male, and you then instead find a female that you're really confident about, that you know doesn't have you know, tendencies towards hermaphroditism, or you know, doesn't have bad susceptibility to powdery mildew, or just like all the different kind of pitfalls. You look for it, and in essence you can find what is like the epitome of your ideal cannabis plant, and then you use that, you chemically turn that into a male plant, and it's not like GMO or any kind of super manipulation. You're simply applying ionic silver to the plant, which is of course an element, and could be, you know, organic. And then that in turn inhibits the plant's capacity to produce and receive some of the hormones that would naturally form female flowers. So in that, you then turn the plant into a male. And so in a way, you know, in theory, you have some more influence and a little bit more control, rather than finding a male like Daniel described, what we've been doing for years, which, you know, he described perfectly. It's like stem rubbing and structure and timing and all those things, but it's still a guess at its best because you don't see a female flower. So long story short, you know, with feminizing.
Matt, hey, I got a question about feminizing. Do you think that it makes a difference, like when using your female donor, if it's like an F3 or an F4, or like how generationally like back crossed your female is? Does that make it like a different kind of female pollen donor when you're looking at feminization? Or do hybrids, you know, how do you think that like influences it? Like if it's a hybrid with a lot of diversity in its background?
I was just going to ask the same thing.
So that's a really good question. We're getting super tech now. Is everybody out there signed our NDA? No, I'm just kidding. But but anyway, you know, what we've found is honestly the more homozygous or kind of inbred you make your like either cohort, either the donor plant which is the one that you're sexually reversing, or the receiver plant, which is just, can be any female, then the more that you've created an inbred line, the harder they can be to get to produce female pollen or to get to produce seed in general. So it's a balancing act constantly, because you want the progeny, you want the seed lot to be incredibly uniform for lots of different reasons. Like, even our favorite thing, to be honest, is to serve like backyard growers. Like, it's just fun. It's more fun than serving large scale industrial farms, because there's like so much pressure that they are experiencing. So they're like, and Daniel knows this. It's like, what we do as professional propagators of cannabis genetics is a high pressure job, because you have these people that are essentially banking their entire crop on your initial starting material. And so, yeah, long story short is there's a lot more pressure, but what's good for the large scale cannabis grower is also often good for just the backyard gardener. So really, in a lot of respects, folks like us that do this as a, that's all we live and breathe sometimes, unfortunately, are making, stuff that a backyard grower can know 100%. This is going to smell like a blueberry muffin, for example, or blueberry cupcake, let's just say, a new one. But anyway, to answer your question, I think the balance is like the verge of being too inbred. It's kind of back to the dog breeding thing again. Like, we all know that you have a purebred line of, whatever it is. You're wanting to make a Labradoodle, let's just say. If your Labrador side is far too inbred and too purebred, you're going to end up with Labradoodles that get hip dysplasia, or, die
Sure.
young, or all these different things that end up happening. And so it's like finding this perfect balance. And oftentimes, when you're propagating and making seeds, the holy grail is a true breeding F1 hybrid. And that is kind of best described with the Labradoodle, because you've got like a line of poodles that's pure poodle and a line of Labradors that's pure Labrador. When you bring them together, they make a fairly uniform litter of Labradoodles. And that's kind of the beauty. But oftentimes those Labradoodles don't experience the same inbreeding depression problems that you'll have with that singular inbred line of Labrador and singular inbred line of poodle. So if that makes any sense, I don't know if I even really answered the question, but.
No, that was great. I want to ask you guys, because I think that especially when people are starting out, it's they have a tendency to want to spend all the money in the world on getting kind of the best gear possible. If somebody is is looking to maybe save money in a place, what's an area that you think people spend a little bit too much on for diminishing returns, or a product that the generics just as good as kind of the big name brand flashy labels?
Oh, lights.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, that's the one where it's like you can spend a lot of money on it, and getting the right one for your space is like most like important. If you got low ceilings or high ceilings, just looking at what like kind of different light fits best in that scenario, and then probably ignoring the big brand price tag when it comes to lights. But that's not fair to the guys that make, high quality lights, because you can always pay for like the brand new innovation. Or you could pay for like the tried and true that's been like manufactured by 20 different manufacturers.
Sure.
Both are good investment. Both are good investments. pay for genetics though. And I don't just say that because like that's our business, but if you want your plants to like turn out a certain way, do your due diligence. And paying might not mean money. It might mean doing your homework and just like, you know, word of mouth, you know, who have you got plants from? You know, it's like if you've seen somebody grow the blueberry muffin well, which a lot of people have, that's how those things spread, you know?
Right.
So yeah, growing something you like and you're good at and then sticking with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think people can get kind of duped sometimes by concoctions of different salt fertilizers, because sometimes when you boil it down, it's really just ammonium nitrate or phosphoric acid, and so there can be some really fancy versions of ammonium nitrate that are really just urea or whatever so yeah, that's one maybe that I think is easy to pull the wool over. I like stuff that's user friendly. If it's user friendly, then I feel like that sometimes is just worth the money. Like we save a lot of time for our projects with breeding because we get some pre-mixed things that in and of themselves they could be cheaper, but they're already diluted properly, so I don't have people out there using scales in the field while they're basically it just makes it easier. And so that's
right. There's the stuff that you use in like your home garden, which you've like maybe like developed a likeness for over like several years. Like, oh, I can trust this product. And then there's like the product that you want to use to just be safe. And like, I rely on all of them. Like, you want to use something really simple, a 1, 2, 3 part when you need your life to be simple. And then like, when you really want to be a mad scientist, you can, mix every soil element yourself and then find that, hey, I experimented with all these little like micro elements and I like support this other brand who already mixes them all together. Like, ethics and they're a good company. They represent good things. I'll buy from them. I like what Nat said. It's just try to keep it simple. Is kind of where I am at right now too.
All right, I want to do a lightning round because I know you guys don't have all day to be here. So yeah, just kind of quick hit questions now. All right, first one. What's the biggest trait that you look for in a new team member?
Unique, I think. It's like character, honestly. Like we're gonna, somebody has like a new character and they like have something that you admire. Like we don't even like know sometimes what we're hiring that person for. It's like they're actually like have a new skill set and they like develop like just one little niche of the business that you're like, man, we always needed you here. You're the new genius in this department. So just whatever expertise you are, it kind of fits your personality. I feel like a lot of the time.
Okay, Nat.
I like someone who is can be laid back and maybe can take a joke because stuff always goes wrong. The best laid plans, I guess. So, but who still can keep the big picture and stay focused, but roll with the punches.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get discouraged. There are a lot of tough days, and if you can't roll with the punches or have thick skin, then it's going to be a tough career path for you. How many years experience should somebody have growing before they get into breeding?
Oh man, I don't even know. That's a tough one. I think everybody's journey is different. Nat will have a different answer, but like it takes a special kind of person. That's what I tend to find, and what I see is that some people breeding just takes a lot of dedication. You've got to be able to see into the future, and you've got to be able to not, be willing to not listen to everybody around you, and kind of be able to follow your own like internal, quest. And I think that every breeder has that. That's what I tend to notice.
And I think part of it for me, and I always like think back about, because now I'm like, oh man, I'm so glad that I took that first leap and, embraced pollen, because, here in Humboldt for many, many, many years, pollen was just like the devil. You were just like,
You did it.
And I just said to myself, well, I think I got lucky because I did it the first couple times just because I was like, if I don't make some seeds, I don't even know if I'll be able to find this stuff again next year. And I don't know if I'll be able to, there wasn't a cannabis nursery like Hendrix, like what Daniel runs. It's like there's nothing even remotely like that. And so you were left to your own resources for sure. And if I'm left to my own resources, I just kind of tend to dig in and be like, all right, well, can't be that hard. And so that was what started the whole thing. Wasn't like trying to create a better cannabis. It was just trying to make sure that I would have cannabis to be able to grow. And
it was necessity.
It was necessity.
Preservation.
And it quickly became, let's make this better within a year or so. And so that was just lucky. And by then I had made, a few pollen errors. I mean, to be honest, like I was much more careful than I needed to be at first. And then I got brazen, and there were a couple mini pollen errors where, I ended up having, 3 or 4 seeds in every single pound that I grew in, 2002 or something like that. And that was a bummer that year. So I learned from that lesson and just kind of found the manageable pollen. And now it's like, well, we don't really grow commercially for flower on any of our main facilities. If we do grow for flower, it's often in like a collaborative, like kind of pheno hunting environment. And so now it's really just pollen has to be in the right place for the right reason. So it's still the same kind of level of being extra careful, but you don't have like your big crop that's in danger. You have the reputation of your company that's in danger, because people don't. It's not like you're buying a pound and you see 4 seeds. It's like you're buying seeds, and they'll know eventually if we accidentally put the wrong pollen in there or whatever. And so
right, breeding for yourself is like a different thing than breeding for somebody else, and it is a big responsibility. And I think that like is a pretty intrinsic breeding concept. Is like it's really easy to make seeds. It's a little harder to talk your friends into growing those seeds, and then it's even harder to talk commercially people into growing those seeds, and as it should be. But I think that's a fun progression where you see people kind of moving through those different steps where it's like all of a sudden their seeds are catching on. And I think that like, being able to capture an essence of a strain, like it's a pretty crazy concept. And like, Nat is like a great example of like, I love your Arcata Trainwreck, right? It's like everybody's heard of Trainwreck. And then to capture the essence of it, like high terpenoline and just like early harvest and just the totally peculiar structure, which like Trainwreck only has, like that's even harder than like breeding. It's like, okay, I'm going to capture this moment in time. And I think that's a cool like concept that Nat pointed out about preservation, where people with doing that work in their little regions can like create these little awesome pockets.
What's on your wish list? If you had a blank check, you could go out and get a new toy. What would you be getting?
I think it's that. It's like I think we're making all of our dreams happen in the most part. Like I honestly feel like I'm like can't really look to one thing that's not gonna happen or isn't happening already that wasn't like way beyond my wildest dreams. But a new toy would probably be like somebody's like cool like genetics that I've like like a new like a pure indica that's been like 50 years like shelved or something, or 100 years shelved, some
Cool.
kind of cool land race that's impossible to grow.
I'd say maybe an Illumina high seek, which is like a crazy genome sequencer.
Okay. Oh, that. Who are some, like, if you could give a shout out to a mentor of yours or somebody that you just trust for information out there that other people should know but don't know, who would you give a shout out to?
Ooh, first, Doc Wheeler. Like, he's out in Fieldbrook area. That hat you're wearing, is that a Royal Gold hat you got
Yes,
on
sir.
there? Yeah, he's the unofficial, pathologist for Royal Gold. He's just an old schooler, a breeder. He'll always kind of remain under the radar, but somebody who taught me how to use the microscope. First like to use Latin. When trying to identify our problems, and actually looked like peer-reviewed journalism, and just say like we don't need to have university backgrounds to like take a scholarly approach to cannabis, and he's a really cool individual. So
Yeah, I would say, because you said people that are mentors that should be known. I have quite a few mentors, but I don't really think that they want to be known.
That's fair.
But one that I always like to mention is Dennis Perrone, who wrote the medical cannabis initiative that in my opinion, started it all and got us to where we are today. And Daniel, I know I've got some years on you. In 1996, that was like right after, the first year or so that I lived in Humboldt. And I'm sure you remember that year in
I was a freshman in high
Prop
school.
215. You were in Humboldt, and what was it like? I don't know. What was it like for you as a freshman in high school?
I remember Redwood Park, like going elbow to elbow in this like national park where cops and freshmen in high school were walking by joints, and people were passing weed in public in front of police officers, and didn't matter what age or what color or like, how dirty your clothes were. But there was thousands of people in a town that really only has thousands of people. Smoking weed on 420. I remember that. That was I'll never forget that year. And I definitely felt like we were part of something, and we had to look up to people like Nat and our elders, because like I was in high school, born in my backyard in Arcata, but like it felt like we were part of something that like epicenter to helping people, and the co-op era was a great era. Kind of sentimental about it even. So
no, I was only 19, Daniel, so
but still, that's great. Those are great. That's like all those years. Like I think there's like a year, like there's 30 or 40 year like swath where, there were so many people from so many different areas coming into Humboldt County. And if you were willing to stay, then that meant you were a local, because it takes a unique person to come up to the Redwoods and kind of like, remove themselves from society and get back to the land and like, actually get in touch with nature and actually understand what that means. So
here's Dennis.
Some of our absolute favorite people.
There's Dennis.
Gone too soon.
Yeah. I think that's the further bus, isn't it? Or I don't know. Anyway, he's a pretty cool guy.
Well, I appreciate you guys being able to kind of talk a little bit about the history of the area and how this movement started. Looking to the future, do you still have a big personal goal for yourself in cannabis? Something that you want to achieve in kind of your community lifetime?
Yeah, I can see, like, I would like to see Humboldt Seed Company and Hendrix, plant tags and seeds in a recreational department, no different than the flowers that you can buy. I think that's like ultimately the like grow to consume is probably the future of this like planet, and that doesn't mean cannabis, means like everything. So it'd be really great to like take what we have now and be able to share that with everybody for sure.
Yeah, that's a great goal. It would be nice to see little, I mean, I don't have any great love for Home Depot, but it would be neat to just see cannabis, plants in your local hardware spring nursery zone or whatever. I feel like it should be already. It seems like, but that's a good goal. And I think guys like Daniel and I, like, we've been just kind of grinding away here in Humboldt, and really all of us in this community, people from outside the area might look and be like, oh, that must be just this kind of like happy, easy place to be in the industry. But it's really kind of, it's been a challenge because of fitting the circle of California's cannabis community, or the, amoeba shaped whatever it was in before this recreational thing, and then putting it in this box that is kind of the very much more uptight structure of the way that our current iteration of rec cannabis is. And so, yeah, I think just to see it like loosen up, and for us to be able to, give back a little bit to our community here in Humboldt, which I definitely think that we're doing that. But I know both Daniel and I we're the kind of people that would like to be able to, spend some more time, doing some of the stuff that we used to do for the better of our community, rather than dealing with, watching the like track and trace metric little wheel spin for an hour a day. Like, and so I don't know. I think just, having things kind of ease up a little bit with regulation would be really helpful. And because Humboldt has always been this place where, people got kind of portrayed sometimes as being like, oh, they're just making so much money grows on trees, and people, get rich and all that. And it's been the story when you're here, boots on the ground, is very different. It's like, if people have any extra from kind of like hobby growing of weed, you'd go and be the volunteer fire and rescue coordinator, or, you're teaching at the local elementary and, working as like a biologist or something like that locally. And I know that, Daniel and I both have all kind of been in that world for many years. And so it'd be nice to go back to some of that and have a feeling of a little bit more normalcy. But Daniel does some really philanthropic stuff right now with, with the Ethical Data Alliance and stuff, right?
Yeah, the Ethical Data Alliance. They're a great group, for sure, man. It is. We're trying to stay grounded in this like crazy cannabis corporate world, but yeah, Ethical Data Alliance with, I think Janice Knox and Dale Hunt and Ed Rosenthal are all board members. A really like totally philanthropical group. There's another conference that we're involved with. Saskia Van James is curating, and it's Guardianship of the Seed. And it's, the story of like how the plant has been protected, by Black and brown lives, and how it's been like furthered by Black and brown lives over the years. And just, sharing a lot of interesting stories from different perspectives, from Native culture, and how cannabis, exists outside kind of like the white Caucasian, corporate structure. So it's a really cool group. So yeah, look for the Guardianship of the Seed conference in May. That'll be a really good one for sure.
Yeah, and we'll go ahead and toss a link to that down in the chat so everybody can check that out, as well as what's going on with the EDA. Guys, thank you so much for your time. Always just a treat getting a chance to pick your brains, and can't wait to work with you again this year.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Jake. Thanks, Nat.
Thank you, guys.
It was so great to get a chance to talk history of Humboldt, get nerdy on genetics, just everything. Thanks again, guys. Our final interview is with our 2018 cannabinoid winner in Colorado. Truly one of the nicest guys out there. From Chronic Therapy, it's Travis Miles, everyone. Travis, how are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm doing great. Thank you guys for inviting me to be a part of this. We're super excited.
Of course. Anytime that we can get all of kind of our winners in one place, exciting for us too. Why don't we take it from the beginning? How long have you been growing? When did this all start for you?
So I've been growing just kind of personally and on my own for probably about a decade now, but made the jump to commercial and, you could say, quote unquote, professional growing just about 4 years ago. And I mean, it's just been a blast ever since.
Right on. So when do you decide kind of in your life, okay, I'm ready to take kind of this personal passion and do it professionally?
Sure. Oh, that's a great question. And it's a tough answer because I don't know if there really is any one marker that tells you you're ready. The more experience you can get as a grower at home is always better. But I think honestly, just taking the leap and, getting your badge and getting involved as soon as you can is the best way to go about it.
Right on. I think that, yeah, a lot of people are very nervous to get involved. When you started out, what were you doing and kind of how did you find your way into the industry?
So I had actually, I graduated college a couple years before that and had been working in various different jobs in education. And, I hit a lull and just really wasn't happy where I was at. I've been consuming cannabis for, like I said, nearly a decade, if not more at this point. So a friend of ours had an opportunity as a grower and said, hey, while you're looking for work, why don't you come on in and give it a shot? And given the background that I had, of course, I was excited to get started. And it just kind of took off from there, and it's really an industry that, I mean, if you're passionate about it, it's the best job you could have.
Yeah, totally. I think that there's a lot of opportunities for advancement, especially on the cultivation side. I think when I talk to people, on the dispensary side, it's tough because, it's retail. And so, it can be tough to find different ways to challenge yourself. Where do you challenge yourself on the cultivation side?
I think I challenge myself a lot in just terms of learning and always advancing. I think that the really cool part about this industry, which a lot of people may not have realized that, is there is no one right way to grow anything or ever in any environment. The amount of stuff I've learned in the 4 years that I've been professionally doing this is just, it trumps anything else I've ever taken on. It's so cool to learn. And I think another big challenge for me has been taking the time to put together a good, strong and effective team based on the needs that our grow has.
Okay. So I think, we've talked a little bit with some other growers about really, it's one thing to manage plants. It's another thing to manage people.
Sure.
when you're looking for a new team member, would you rather them be on the less experienced side and kind of a blank canvas to work with, or, you know, a ton of experience and you can kind of guide them into doing things the way that you do them?
Sure, that's also a great question, especially for such a new industry. Not a lot of people are thinking about things like that. But both options have their benefits. You know, we've hired strong, very experienced people in the past, and they've worked out. That being said, we've also hired strong, experienced people that, you know, brought a certain ego to the grow team that maybe didn't work out or didn't, you know, flex well for what we had going on. So I think it's really important to identify what your grow needs are first and foremost, and try to figure out what you already have and what your strengths are. Um, but on the flip side, bringing someone in that has no experience but has that passion and that ability to learn, I think that's probably where we have found the most success with, you know, bringing someone in and really kind of giving them a career path.
So if somebody is brand new, what is, you know, some experience that they could work on before, you know, they get in for day one that might give them a leg up over somebody that maybe has never grown a plant before in their life?
Sure. Well, obviously, the first and most basic thing you can tell someone is research. You know, and the marijuana world and researching online can get a little hairy, seeing as everything is so new and everyone's got their style. But you know, doing that basic research, just, you know, looking over what the basic life cycle of a plant is, whether it is cannabis or something else. There's a lot of other similar, you know, like things you can look at to kind of compare and contrast. You know, honestly, it's tough to kind of give someone something to work on until you get them in the grow. I think the best way to learn how to grow weed is to grow weed. You know, so like we get people in that are, you know, they almost come in with this like perfectionist attitude, like there's got to be one way to do this. What's the formula? And it takes a few months before they finally kind of like break down their own barriers and realize like this is, you know, every day's different here. We've got our basic skills and needs and wants, but, you know, just like I said before, as long as you're coming to the table with a learning attitude, I don't think you can go wrong.
All right. I think that's really good advice. You know, are there any red flags where you're like, oh, if somebody comes in and, you know, not like, you know, they're like, okay, I'm here to learn, but, you know, they have this kind of characteristic or kind of this trait that might tell you, I don't think this is going to work out.
Sure. I think the number one thing we've seen in people that we bring in that are maybe a little too experienced, and this isn't even to downplay them, those people are just as important in this industry. It's just about finding what you need. You know, we'll have people come in and kind of do the interview thing and talk themselves up, and they mostly acknowledge it. You know, I know I'm very experienced. I know that you're just looking for a grower, but I can adapt, I can learn. And then, you know, you see the first few weeks they come in and they're maybe kind of ignoring some of your feedback, kind of doing their own thing behind your back, and you talk to them a couple times. But that would be the number one thing where we've kind of run into issues is, you know, hey, I promise to be a good worker and just kind of do things the way you guys do it. But then I don't know if it's like that ego that comes up or just the past experiences and successes they've had just kind of tell them, you know, hey, I'm going to do things my own way. And it almost always presents itself. You know, the head grower who really knows his grow is going to figure those things out pretty quick. So that would be the one thing, an issue we've run into with experienced people is not necessarily that they're incapable or unwilling. It's just that maybe they just did things so long a certain way and it's what worked for them. And they haven't really adapted to the new grow that they're working in. So that's always a tough challenge.
Sure. Let's kind of talk a little bit about technique. I'm always curious if there's something that you were skeptical of until you tried it.
Sure, absolutely. You know, this is one I think about often because there's so much, it's such a varying, you know, skill set to have. But, you know, for a long time, and when I took over the grow for our previous head grower, we were doing a 2, even 3-week flush cycle in our indoor grow. And I've talked to lots of different growers that claim that, you know, a 2-week or 3-week flush cycle is what the plant needs. Obviously, every grow is different. You know, everyone's got their own lighting system going, their own VPD scale they need to figure out within their grow. But we switched over to a 1-week grow after doing a lot of serious consulting, and our results have just been great. There's been no sacrifice in flavor. There's been no sacrifice in, you know, we're getting all the ppms out of the roots in the soil we need to in time. So that's really something that I was very apprehensive about switching to, which was a 1-week flush. And we did it, and it's been working great for about a year now. And I mean, it may be a small thing in some people's eyes, but for us, it made a world of difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, anytime you can shave, a week here, a week there, and still get the same results, I mean, you're living the dream. This is commercial ag. You've got to be
Yep.
efficient. When it comes to trying something new, where do you come up with ideas? What are resources that you trust? I know you said the internet can, have a ton of different information out there. So, where do you go?
So the first thing I do, honestly, and this is actually something I have you guys to thank for, I've developed a really good relationship with Grow Generation.
All
And
right, on.
within GrowGen, the gentleman you guys were actually working with and introduced me to, Andrew over there, he's probably become, over the last, that's about 2 years we've been working together. I go to him for almost everything. If I have a question on a new method, and it's not necessarily that I've heard it from him or read it from something he gave me, but if we're thinking about implementing something new, I almost always reach out to GrowGen and see what products they might have that can help me usher in this new thing we're doing, or just straight up ask them, have you done this before? What has been, what are the variants I can expect? And I'll tell you what, they've been great. They've been awesome. So thank you guys first and foremost for putting us in touch with them. But aside from that, I've got a couple other grower friends in the industry. I've met a couple growers through the grow off itself that maybe, I mean, I'm following so many other Colorado growers on Instagram and, wherever else. But being able to network and really kind of bounce ideas off of other growers has been cool. There's a lot of growers that kind of like to keep things secret and kind of keep their little formulas to themselves, and I totally respect that. But aside from like my comfort zone, which would be Andrew at GrowGen, or any of the guys I work with on my team, really, I try to stay away from the internet if I can. There's no reason not to pull ideas from there and kind of see what's trending, but what's popular is not always what's right. So. It's a dicey field to be in right now since it's so new. But developing those relationships, whether it's the people you're buying your supplies from, your own grow team from within, or if you've done a good job networking throughout the industry.
Well, hey, big shout out to Andrew. And yeah, I think you can never underestimate overrate the amount of help that just the people that are selling everything and that are talking to everybody that are using these new products, or maybe finding new ways to use old products. They're a huge wealth of information. So like kind of staying with, guys down at the hydro shop, what's something that you think is always worth spending a little bit more money on?
Oh man, what a tough question. First and foremost, your lighting. First and foremost, your research. You got to know what your environment holds for you. But if you're going to spend some money, I think doing the research and figuring out the lighting is probably the first and foremost most important thing that you could focus on. And if you're going to spend the big bucks, obviously I don't want to recommend you take shortcuts, but there are shortcuts you take in to get yourself started if that's the position you're in, or if you're transferring to a new building or whatnot. Your light spectrum has got to be the first and foremost most important thing. And I think that spending your money there is probably going to get you further rather than, investing in the most crazy RL watering system you've ever seen in your life, when really it's giving you the same exact output as, the basic Guardian level stuff. So I'd say lighting. I think I got to go with lighting. I thought about this one for a little while, and the lighting is, once we took over, we had a little experimenting time, and we took a room that was, HPS bulbs for years, and we switched it over to a CMH fixture. And it's just been great. But it took a lot of time, money, and effort and research to really do that. So I think that's where you could put your money if you need to.
Interesting. Have you messed around with LED lighting at all?
A little bit. I've recently become friends with the owner of a company that does exclusive LED lighting stuff. And I think as our company expands and grows, we're currently building a couple of greenhouses down in southern Colorado. With supplemental lighting come into play. Yeah, thank you. So that'll be a lot of fun to kind of dive into and learn. But yeah, we're thinking about getting LED, and I think we'll probably start with that in the veg and kind of see how we can orient that. There's also a lot of, especially the guys at GrowGen have talked a lot about, supplementing different types of lighting in the same zone. I grew up a lot with just, your veg is T5 fixtures, and that's just how it is. And now you're seeing grows all over the place that have T5s with LEDs above them, and maybe an HPS fixture or two in there. So lots of research to do, lots of fun little things and experiments to try. But we're definitely looking into LED. I think it's probably obviously the energy efficient way to go about things these days. It might cost an extra penny here and there, but the way the industry's going, that shouldn't be the case for too long.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's one of the things that we've seen internally looking at the data is that more and more LED creeping in, but I also think it's a strength of product issue too, that some of those first LEDs that were coming out, you really didn't know if you were getting what you paid for, and people, weren't using them correctly too. So when you talk about research, I think that that's so important, is not just going out and spending the big bucks on something, but really finding something that is going to make sense for the environment that you've created as well. When you're doing research, what are you trying out, kind of like small, like, you get a little research room, or you're just like, okay, this corner is gonna you be a little bit different. How do you approach this before making kind of a large wholesale change like you were talking about with CMH fixtures?
Sure. I mean, baseline, it's all about knowing your environment. So the first thing we do, is I'm sure most growers do, is we'll pick out either a room or a small section of a room that already exists, and we'll focus on it. We've only ever in the 2 years that I've been running the grow I'm in, we've changed nutrients twice. We finally got one lockdown. However, that year that we were really trying out new things and delegating a room to try things out, and that was the most important key factor into making the decision to go big scale on something like that. Whether it's your lighting, like I said, or changing your nutrients around, or even some of the smaller stuff, just sampling in a new clone mixture, to feed your clones or whatever. It's definitely good to go small scale first. And if you have the room to go a little bit bigger scale, then great. I think it's definitely good to try to get the biggest sample size you can. But for a lot of the growers in Denver, we're squeezed into tight little packed areas, and there's so many people grabbing licenses here and there. So when you're working within the environment that you have, I think it's important to start small. And that's what we do. We start small. If we're trying new nutrients or a new light something, we'll put it in a room and we'll really focus on it. The whole team gets involved too. I think that's very, very important. A lot of people that I've met try to have this kind of like hierarchy, which is fine, but where the head grower knows the most, does the most, does almost all the veg work because it's the most important. And that just hasn't worked as a model for us. So getting the whole team involved in the research as well. That's just, that many more heads that you have throwing information at you and giving ideas. So starting out small and then gradually, if you find success, up it a little bit and then eventually make the jump to full scale.
I really like that point that you made, though, that sometimes trying things at a small scale can give you the wrong results just because it is such a small sample size. Right. So I think that's really, really interesting. Okay, so on the flip side of the coin, where you're talking about something, never go cheap on it, where's something where maybe there isn't that much difference between the generic and, the big fancy label, where if people are looking to save some money in the short term, hey, go with this?
That's a great question. And there's so many different variables in this industry. I could tell you a simple answer like pots, going the air pots or the smart pots that cost anywhere from, $4 up to $15 a pot, rather than, like a polyester pot that you can get 200 of them for the same price. That's something I think environmentally that you would have to figure out as a grower, what's best for you. But things like, I think cocoa is something for us. Since we've switched over to cocoa, just based on supply and demand, a lot of times the cocoa that we're used to or that we want to use may not be in store. And we have found cheaper options, significantly cheaper actually. And with something like cocoa, it does pay to do your research and make sure that whoever you're buying from, you trust. But that's something where we've actually been able to save, small amounts monthly, but throughout the year, we've actually been able to make a pretty decent, dent in the amount of money that we save on stuff like that. So there's all sorts of stuff that you could do, but I'd say cocoa is a big one for us. There's lots of different cocoa companies out there. There's all sorts of different, ways that you can use it. But yeah, that's probably the first thing my brain goes to. When we took over, the first thing we did was do a budget hammer down, and we definitely try to figure out what we can cheap out on and where we need to spend our money. So cocoa is one where we've, it's not a huge difference, but we've definitely saved some money.
Awesome. Okay, so you got, a blank check. What's something that's on your grow wish list? Maybe it's just a toy, something to play around with, where if money wasn't an option, you'd walk in the door tomorrow and you'd see one of these.
Oh, man. So, and I feel a little spoiled in answering this question because for the longest time, I wanted it to be a subleaded light greenhouse system. And funny enough, we are building those now. So that's like, I couldn't be more excited to get and learn about how that's going to work. And just, I'm fortunate enough to be kind of in charge of that project. So we're in the middle of building it right now, figuring out the square footage and everything. But if we want to kind of keep it local, if I could walk into work tomorrow and just have whatever I wanted, it would probably be an automated feeding system. Right now in the building that we're working in, which we will have in the new greenhouses, but where we're at now, we hand water everything, which I do think there's a significant benefit to doing, especially in a facility our size. It's a great way to train. I think that, starting off with new employees and teaching them how to water feed everything with their hands first is probably the most beneficial way to get them to understand how an automatic watering feeding system works. So we haven't had that luxury, so I don't know what that's like. I've been in grows that have them, and from what I understand, the workload is immensely smaller. And it's a lot easier to focus on things like keeping your grow clean, keeping it organized, making sure you have whatever, your fundamental SOPs in place, which also really help with training and stuff. So that would be my answer. If I could walk in tomorrow and have an eat-in feeding system up on the wall in our SOG room, that would be a dream come true.
Yes, indeed. When you're talking about cleaning, is there something that you feel like people skip, they miss, or just an area that people don't pay enough attention to?
I think as a whole, cleanliness is a big one.
Sure.
One thing I'm learning as I kind of get deeper into the industry is just, first of all, just how vulnerable the buildings we're working in are to pests and whatnot. So a good example of this is right next to our building, they had to do a sewer project recently. And of course, you don't think about these things till they happen, but it had all sorts of repercussions with whatever we're living in those pipes coming on over to our building and trying to get in. So that was something that I'm glad I got to work with, and we dealt with just fine. But I think that had we been a little bit more clean and prepped for a situation like that, it would have helped in keeping things away and less attracted to coming in. The other thing I see, just whether it's on Instagram or when I'm walking through people's grows, is just kind of that general cleanliness spot. Trays have a lot of, gunk or kind of dirty water left over if not all the water was backed out after a flush or didn't drain properly. You see a lot of moss growing and stuff, and none of that stuff can be tragic or necessarily bad for your plants. But as a whole, I think all growers should be focused on making a real effort to get the place swept every night, get all the rooms mopped every week if you can, and just down to spraying the walls with Xerotol if you can. Keeping PM away is something that's a challenge for every grower, as we all know. And since we've really buckled down on our cleaning and kind of paid more attention to that, we haven't seen PM in our grow in over a year now. And that's just something that, patting myself on the back almost every day for, growing up and being in this industry for the 4.5 years I've been in it. Pretty much every grow I've worked in has had PM. It's an issue that people almost just kind of get used to and say it's a normal part. It's in the air. You don't have anything to worry about. But it really can. It can not only hurt your plants, but it can hurt you too. And I think that being a little bit more detailed with their cleaning can really just help fix those things.
Is there anything that you've done dramatically different in terms of IPM, say over the last year or two, that you could recommend to people?
I'd say the biggest thing that we've done is spray preventatively rather than waiting for the problem to become a problem. Obviously, not everybody has that benefit of starting, from a pretty clean slate. But since we've been spraying, that we spray a couple times a week, obviously, everything's 25B compliant and we are, reading the labels and applying correctly. But, just not being lazy about stuff like that can really, really make a big difference. And when I took over, and I'm actually fortunate enough to be working with my brother, he's my co-hand. That was one thing, again, that we really focused on was we need to get this place cleaned up and we need to start having preventative sprays every week. And like I said, less than a few months later, we have no PM to be found anywhere. And then keeping up with it, I don't know if it's all right to kind of plug different, stuff that we're using.
Tell people what you're using. They want to know.
We've been really big on Nukem, which is a flying squirrel product. From what I understand, it's growing in popularity. It was a pretty early one on that 25B compliant list, but that stuff works great. It's very cool too because there's a little bit of maneuverability in the amounts you can use. So it's all CDC friendly. It's all agriculture friendly. It's friendly all around. It's not dangerous to us. and it keeps our PM away. So we're happy with it. You know, we spray it preventatively and we spray it safely.
Are you doing that veg, flower, both?
Pretty much. We have different schedules for both. You know,
Okay.
veg, our veg plants, like most grows, are sitting stagnantly a little bit longer per se than the flower ones are. We do harvest on a perpetual cycle weekly, so our plants are moving and in motion all the time, which means they're going from one room to another room to this room. So, you know, if we have one room that's got it, you can pretty much count on it's going to be everywhere. So, you know, when it comes to the flower rooms, we're fortunate enough to be able to work through every plant every week, every day. Our hands go on the plants every day. So if we miss something, we've got 4 team members there to kind of bring it to the attention of the team. And as long as our communication is strong, which it has been, we handle those problems as soon as they pop up.
Very cool. No, and I appreciate you, because I think people are looking for real practical things that they can go, oh, you know, cross my fingers, knock on wood, no PM yet.
Right.
You know, how do I tackle these things? So appreciate some really good practical advice. More philosophical advice. What would you tell somebody who was thinking about, you know, they're watching this, they're like, I'm going to go out, I'm going to get some plants today. You know, what would you tell somebody just to keep in the back of their head as they start this journey?
Be patient. I think that's probably the most important thing you can do, whether it comes to, you know, getting plants in the dirt, hiring a staff to work with you. I think the most important thing you can do is be patient. Take your time to do the right research, figure out what your needs are, and just be patient. You know, the plants are going to grow. They are weeds in the end, and they are resilient. I'll get out. So the less pressure I think you put on yourself, and take that pressure and turn it into ambitiousness and just an ability and wanting to learn, I don't think you can be unsuccessful.
Okay, what's something that, say somebody is like, I'm going to go, I've got this commercial license, and I'm doing it all from scratch. What's a big pitfall that they can avoid?
That's a great question. Well, I think a big pitfall that new growers or new business people can avoid is falling into normalcy, if that makes sense. I think that a lot of people, especially when they're starting, have a fixed idea of how they want things to look. And my advice to somebody who's investing money in this industry is to crumple that up and throw it away. Find people that you trust. Talk to the right people if you can find them. And again, apply that patient piece. Just be patient. Understand that you're going to be learning from day one all the way till the time you sell the business, if that's what you end up doing. And that would be my biggest piece of advice: is don't go into it thinking that this is going to work out the way you want it to, or the way you think it's gonna, or the way that, you know, you've seen hundreds of other businesses work out. It probably won't. And honestly, it's probably for the best that things fall into your lap the way that they do.
No, I kind of use like a car analogy. I see a lot of people when they start a new business, they go out and they get the Maserati of grows, which when things go wrong are incredibly difficult to fix and take very specific things. They just need like a pickup truck until they get a little bit further down the road and understand more about how to fix their car.
It's a great way to put it. You got all that equipment, you spend all that money, and you don't know how to use it. What's the point of having it?
Totally. What's something that you do to kind of take care of yourself while you're growing? Whether, you know, it's, you know, I keep using the example of, you know, a pair of shoes that you really like, or, you know, having a playlist, drinking enough water. What can people do just to kind of help weather the hours and being on your feet and doing hard work?
Yeah, because that's what I mean. You know, in the end, we're farmers, and I think that growing has become glorified outside of the industry as some sort of magical. You know, you see it in movies, and people are smoking joints while they're trimming up buds, and everything's great. Their friends are around, and you know that's a setting that may exist in some grows, but for the most part, you're a farmer now. You know, your hands are going to get dirty. Like you said, your feet are going to hurt by the end of the day. You're sitting on stools that are not going to promote good back strength. Honestly, I think as simple as it is, the shoes are very important if you're on your feet all day. You know, every building and grow has their own kind of cleanliness measures that they go through. So changing your shoes is important, but having comfortable shoes, honestly, you know, the grow that we work in definitely allots us a lot of free time. Once all the work has been delegated for the week and everybody knows where they're going, I like to pop my headphones in and play podcasts. I listen to books on tape. Maybe it's a music sort of day. that is something that definitely helps pass the time. I would also like to point out, though, of all the jobs I've had and schooling I've been through, this is a job where I'm not looking at the clock. I love my job, and I think that's kind of when I realized this is what I wanted to put my life's energy into. As I get through the week and it's like it felt like no time has even gone by, or it's just putting your head down and working. I think staying comfortable is definitely part of it. You got the right shoes, you got the right clothes for your environment. Great. Bring some headphones with you. Make sure you have a comfortable place to take a break if need be. The other thing about this industry that's very cool is it is so new, and the people who have started it and invested in it are generally laid back people, which can be good and bad, but generally it's very good. And, I don't have people breathing down my neck for deadlines unless something big is going on. But I think with that space coming from a background of having that constant micromanagement has actually allowed me to work harder, work better, work for myself per se, and make sure that I'm feeling good. But if you've got a good job and you've got a good grow to work in, passing the time should not be a problem. But yeah, make sure you're comfortable, and I would always recommend bringing some headphones.
Well, hey, we can't wait to have you back. Thank you again for your time. We appreciate it so much. And yeah, we'll be seeing you again, and then hopefully in person this year. Hey, everybody, thank you so much. I know it has been a long day. Hopefully you took some great information away from this. We'll have the video available on demand later, but again, my sincere thank you to everybody that joined us. Just such great panels, and to our amazing sponsors, Bovida, Green Bros, Andon, Royal Gold Soil, Grodan, the Caputo Group, LeafWorks. We couldn't do this without your help. And if anybody's watching and needs to get a hold of anybody at these companies, well, hey, you know us. We'll get you over there. All right. Thanks so much.